Good morning, everyone. We request you all to kindly be seated. This announcements and we to kindly step out of the hall and then receive your calls. So all of us to kindly stay back till the end of our dialogue. And the ones who are standing there, please, I request you all kindly seated. Good morning. Namaskar. Anaivaraikum Inya Kale Vanakkam. Our esteemed dignitaries on the stage, our learned members of the faculty, our brilliant students, the Hindu team, ladies and gentlemen, a very, very warm welcome to the Sustainable Dialogue 2026, which is jointly organized by the Hindu Group and Savita Institute of Medical and Technical Sciences. Today, we are honored by the presence of our chief guest, Dr. Soumya Swaminathan, Chairperson, MS Swaminathan Research Foundation. Ma'am, namaskar. A very, very warm welcome, ma'am. Our guest of honor, Founder and Chancellor, Savita Institute of Medical and Technical Sciences. Our special guest, Mr. L.V. Navaneet, CEO, the Hindu Group. Dr. Deepak Nalasamy, Chancellor, CMADS. Dr. Ashwani Kumar, Vice Chancellor, CMADS. Welcome, sir. Dr. Dhanraj Ganapati, Dean of Sustainability, CMADS. Mr. Monica Matappa, Founder and Chairman of Mac India Company. Ladies and gentlemen, I am Ekta, and we are excited to have all of you here with us this morning for a series of insightful conversations on sustainability, on innovation, and on collective responsibilities. These are conversations that are both timely and necessary as we shape a more resilient future. To begin today's proceedings on a serene and auspicious note, I request everyone to kindly rise for Tamtai Varta. I request Vinisha and Rohit, the students of CMATS, to kindly come forward for it.
நீராறும் கடலெடுத்த நிலமடந்த கெழிலொழுகும் சீராறும் வதனமென திகழ்பரத கண்டமது தெக்கணமும் அதிர் சிறந்த திராவிடனல் திருநாளும் தக்க சிறு பிறை முதலும் தனித்தனரும் திலகமுமே அத்திலக வாசனை போல் அனைத்துலகும் இன்பமுட எத்திசையும் புகழனக்க பெண்ணகே தமிழனங்கே உன் சீரிலுவை திறம்பியந்த செயல் வந்து வாழ்த்ததுமே வாழ்த்ததுமே வாழ்த்ததுமே.
Thank you for the soulful invocation. We also have with us Ms. Shri Javargis. Thank you so much for joining us, ma'am. She is our registrar from CMATS. To formally welcome Our distinguished gathering, I invite Dr. Dhanraj Ganapati, Dean of Sustainability, CMATS, to open the today's proceedings with his welcome note.
Thank you, ma'am. Good morning to all. Louder. Great. Respected Chancellor, Dr. N.M. Viren, sir. Respected Chief Guest of the Day, Dr. Soumya Swaminathan, ma'am. Respected Special Guest, Mr. Navneet. Respected Pro-Chancellor, Dr. Deepak Nalaswamy, sir. Respected Registrar, ma'am, Dr. Shija Varghese. Respected panelists, esteemed deans, professors, faculty, friends from the media, ladies and gentlemen, and my dear students. Greetings from Savita Institute of Medical and Technical Sciences, and it is my esteemed privilege and honor to welcome you all for today's event, CMATS presenting the Hindu Sustainability Summit 2026. Since many students are there, let me start with the most fundamental of all questions. What exactly you mean by sustainability? Well, there are 24 synonyms for it, but don't worry, I'll break it down both in letter as well as in spirit. Sustainability means the capacity to continue without deletion, depletion, damage, or collapse, ensuring a constant improvement in the quality of life. In very simple words, you have to live responsibly in the present to protect the future. If you want to have tomorrow's meal, you should not eat today's seed. This is the crux of this word. But what does this mean in spirit? The real elixir and essence of this sustainability is captured in one of the ancient Vedic chants inspired by the Brihadaranyaka Upanishad, which says, Loka samasta sukhino bhavantu, which means, let all forms in this cosmos rejoice in harmony and happiness. See, when everything and everybody around us, only if they are happy, I can really be happy. But most of the times, there is a lot of unhappiness. Lot of times, again, there is a lot of unhappiness us. Why is that? We are missing something. That missing ingredient is the noblest of all virtues, gratitude. If you have this gratitude, definitely you'll be happy any point of time, anywhere. Now that takes us to the next level of reflection. What kind of gratitude are we showing to our Mother Earth? She has given us everything. She is the source of life. How are we treating her? 99% of the times, we just take her for granted. We are mistaking her kindness for a weakness and, of course, our smartness. We are literally pillaging and plundering her. The mindless deforestation, reckless quarrying of the mountains and the riverbeds, and the colossal littering of waste. Domestic, plastic, nuclear, I can go on. But there are consequences. The law of karma is too powerful, and there is a very famous saying, if you want to exact the maximum punishment and revenge, what you have to do? Nothing. Just step aside and let karma do its way. In this context, if we are going to let karma do its way, the earth and the karma would have purged us and annihilated us. But this Mother Earth, she is the embodiment of compassion and patience, Shama Rupini. She is standing right in front of us and the karma, and she is protecting us. She is trying to communicate with us, and she is trying to express herself, but unfortunately, we are not able to listen to her because we are totally drowned in the noise of arrogance and indifference and selfishness. Can we do something about this? Definitely we can, we must, and we should. And that is the very purpose of this sustainability dialogue. We have with us the best and brilliant minds in business. They are going to talk some sense into us. They are going to tune our senses so that we can listen to Mother Earth, acknowledge her pain, understand her suffering, and take immediate action to mitigate this. At this point of time, I sincerely thank the two great institutions, SciMaths and Hindu, for coming together for this wonderful initiative. SciMaths is an institution which is intensely and immensely committed for sustainability and global leader in education and research. This is the only institution to break the QS chains. No other Indian institution has managed to get into the top 100 of the QS rankings, except for SciMaths. SciMaths is ranked number 26 in the world QS ranking in dentistry. And about Hindu, well, they have always stood by truth and ethical journalism in the most disturbing and turbulent of times. So when this truth is going to meet responsibility, wonderful things are bound to happen. And to all my dear students, my final message is, you are our future. You are our hope, trust, dreams, and everything. And you have a major responsibility in front of you. You have to take care of your mother and our Mother Earth. This is not some kind of a request, this is not some kind of an obligation, or is it not some kind of a favor you're doing her. It is your primary responsibility to do this. Will you do that? I want a yes. You're not going to take no for an answer. Yes. Did you have your breakfast? See, only sheep will bleat. You are lions, you should roar. Will you take care of this Mother Earth? Yes, louder. Yes, one more time. Yes, wonderful, wonderful. You know what? We are absolutely convinced you will do it. Let this dialogue open up our minds and hearts and illuminate our intellect with the light of truth to understand Mother Earth and protect her. Wishing you all success and thank you so much. And join me one last time in giving a big hand to these two institutions, SciMaths and Hindu, for this noble initiative. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir, because you definitely spoke about the essence of sustainability and gave a reality check to each one of us here. You beautifully articulated your statements. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we now move to the felicitation of our distinguished guests. I now invite Mr. L.V. Navneet, CEO, the Hindu Group, to kindly come forward and to felicitate on behalf of the Hindu. Sir, can we request you to kindly step forward? To our respected chief guest, Dr. Soumya Swaminathan, Chairperson, M.S. Swaminathan Research Foundation. To Dr. N.M. Veerayan, founder and chancellor of Samhita Institute of Medical and Technical Sciences. Okay, an interesting fact to each one of you. The memento that we are handing over to our dignitaries here, it has the essence of the date of birth. So the day they were born, the year they were born, this is the first page captured and framed and handed over to them. To Dr. Deepak Nalasamy, our Pro-Chancellor of SciMaths. Dr. Ashwani Kumar, Vice Chancellor, SciMaths. to Mr. Manika Matappa, founder and chairman of Mac India Company. And he gets a yearbook 2026, which is published by The Hindu. To Ms. Shrija Varghese, a registrar from SciMaths. I request Dr. N.M. Veerayan, the founder and chancellor of SciMaths, to kindly come forward and to felicitate on behalf of Savita Institute. To our respected chief guest, Dr. Soumya Swaminathan. All our dear friends and students, let's give a bigger round of applause, please. I request also to honor Mr. L.V. Navaneet, CEO, The Hindu Group. It is definitely a proud moment because this is one of the biggest collaborations between two giants. The Hindu Group being from the media industry and Savita Institute from the educational industry. A big, big round of applause. I request to kindly honor Mr. Manika Matappa, the founder and chairman of Mac India Company. Thank you, dignitaries. We request you to kindly be seated. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, and all our brilliant students, it is my absolute privilege to invite Dr. N.M. Veerayan, founder and chancellor of SciMaths, to kindly come forward and to deliver his special address.
Good morning. Not enough. Very good. You are all energetic today. Good morning to the respected dignitaries on dais, distinguished guests. It's a privilege to address the gathering today. Sustainability is often spoken of as a future goal, but in reality, sustainability is defined by the choices we make today. At Savita, sustainability is not an additional initiative. It is core responsibility that guides how we educate, heal, research, and serve the society. Our efforts are aligned with the 17 United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, and this commitment has been recognized internationally through the Times Higher Education Impact Rankings. In the Times Higher Impact Rankings 24, Savita Institute of Medical and Technical Sciences has achieved strong and consistent performance across the multiple individual SDGs. Under SDG 7, Affordable and Clear Energy, Savita is ranked third globally among all universities, one of the highest achievers in the world. In SDG 12, that is responsible consumption and production, we ranked 56 globally, reflecting the responsible resources use and sustainable practices. For SDG 6, clean water and sanitation, Savita is placed in the 101 to 200 global brand, recognizing our large-scale water recycling and conservation initiatives. Under SDG 3, good health and well-being, we are ranked in the 201 to 300 global band, aligned with our extensive free healthcare services and community outreach. In SDG 9, industry, innovation and infrastructure, we are placed in the 301 to 400 band, reflecting our innovation, ecosystem and research-driven infrastructure. For SDG 4, quality education, and SDG 7, partnership for the goals, Savita is ranked 401 to 600 global band, highlighting our commitment to inclusive education and collaborative development. Together, these SDG-wise rankings reflect Savita's strength in clean energy, healthcare delivery, water management, responsible production, education, innovation, and partnership, benchmarked against universities worldwide. In addition, in Times Higher Education Impact Rankings 2025, Savita Institute of Medical and Technical Sciences is placed in 300 to 400 overall band among the more than 2,500 universities globally. I would now like to briefly share how this commitment transfers into action. Under social responsibility and public welfare, our Annapurna scheme provides free nutritious meals to every hospital patient reducing the financial burden on the families and supporting the faster recovery of the patients. It reflects our belief that compensated care goes beyond the treatment and lakhs of patients benefit each year through this program. We also support our faculty and staff through a free food app ensuring well-being and dignity at the workplace. Healthcare is our strongest contributions. Every day, our hospitals serve an extraordinary number of patients. More than 8,000 individuals receive care under our facilities. We provide free treatment to all general publics, and every admitted patient is given 5,000 rupees cash, a financial support helping to reduce out-of-pocket expenses. We also conduct regular health and medical camps in adapted villages, strengthening preventive and community health care. Education remains central to our sustainable development. Sustainability is integrated into all undergraduate and postgraduate programs, and we have established the Department of Sustainability Sciences, first of its kind in India, to prepare students for future environmental and social challenges. Through our NMB scholarships, 50 meritorious students from government schools are provided absolutely free education of their choice, including tuition, boarding, and transport, ensuring that talents and dedication are fully supported. Inclusive growth is equally important. I am proud to share that more than 50% of the positions in our university are held by women, reflecting our strong commitment to gender equality and empowerment. Caring for the environment is a responsibility we take seriously. Our campus is a green campus with more than 10,000 trees planted and carefully maintained, creating a healthy and sustainable learning environment. Our sewage treatment plants recycles 5.25 million liters of water every day, which is reused for toilets, farming, and gardening. Our campus generates 5 megawatt of clean energy, meeting around 60% of our energy needs and moving us steadily towards net zero emissions. Our outcomes reflect this integrated approach. Savita students achieve some of the best outcomes in the country. In research, 112 scientists from our institution, ranking only second in India, are listed among the world's top 2% scientists by Stanford University, USA. To conclude, sustainability at Savita is shared responsibility built on care, accountability, and collaboration. We remain committed to building a healthier, fairer, and more sustainable future for all. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, and all our dear friends, let's give a bigger round of applause for our sir. A huge congratulations to you and the entire steering committee here. I think going nationally is one thing, but on global scales, yes, Savita is there and being recognized and acknowledged. And I think the entire credit goes to the ones who are here on the stage. So thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, I now invite Mr. L.V. Navaneet, CEO, The Hindu Group, to kindly come forward and to deliver the special address.
Good morning, everybody. Oh, that's lovely. You get this only in educational institutes. If I were a prof, I would have said louder, but I'm delighted to be here today at the Savita Institute of Medical and Technical Sciences for the inaugural session of the Hindu Sustainability Dialogues. At the Hindu, we believe that journalism must help make sense of important issues relevant to our collective future. This initiative is an attempt in that direction around sustainability by bringing together experts from academia, policymakers, important voices from subject matter experts, and civil society. The desired outcome is to understand issues better, frame workable solutions, and to inspire a collective movement from well-meaning intent to meaningful action. The themes chosen for today are, I believe, extremely important for developing actionable roadmaps around the areas of waste management, water management, and are shared in lived spaces, specifically educational campuses. It is my honor to welcome our chief guest, Dr. Soumya Swaminathan, to help us frame the issues and set the tone for the sessions to follow. I am thankful for her work around many areas, including sustainability. She has constantly reminded us that sustainability is not a choice, but a necessity, and has demonstrated her commitment through her intellect and approach rooted in science and influenced outcomes by actioning intent through collaboration. I am grateful to Dr. N.M. Virayan, founder and chancellor, CMATS, for partnering with us in hosting these meaningful dialogues. Thanks also to Dr. Deepak Nalasamy, Pro-Chancellor, Dr. Ashwini Kumar, Vice Chancellor, and Dr. Shrija S. Verghese, Registrar, for their support and commitment to sustainability. I hope the Chief Guest's wisdom and thoughts and the subsequent dialogues today lead to insights and the collective will to act. And this bias for action travels beyond this auditorium into classrooms, boardrooms, and the larger communities we are all part of. Thanks again to the Institute, our distinguished speakers, and to all of you for being part of this important initiative. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for the insightful perspective. Ladies and gentlemen, and all our dear friends, I should let you all know, or I should acknowledge at this moment, Hindu is always known to create that difference. They always take that leap of faith where no other media houses, they come forward. Like, this kind of collaboration is huge because we want to create that awareness. We want you all to know what it is to be sustainable. We are absolutely honored to have with us Dr. Soumya Swaminathan, a globally respected pediatrician and a public health leader with over 4 decades of experience spanning clinical care, research, and policy. As the first chief scientist of the World Health Organization, she played a pivotal role during the COVID-19 pandemic, including the establishment of COVAX to ensure equitable vaccine access worldwide. She currently serves as chairperson of the MS Swaminathan Research Foundation and a principal advisor to the National Tuberculosis Elimination Program. Her work today focuses on the health impacts of climate change, particularly on women, children, and nutrition security. Ladies and gentlemen, I request you all to kindly give a standing ovation and please join me in welcoming Dr. Soumya Swaminathan, our chief guest.
Thank you very much. Thank you for that kind introduction. Respected Dr. Veerayan, Chancellor Sir, Dr. Deepak, Dr. Ashwini, Mr. Navneet, the Hindu group who has partnered in this initiative, and the faculty members as well as students. I think the room is mostly with students from all the different institutions on this campus. So I'm very happy to be here today, particularly because of the theme of this morning dialogue, and also because I have been wanting to come to this campus for a long time. In fact, Dr. Ashwini has invited me many times, but somehow it has worked out this time. So it's very impressive also to see the work and the commitment that Savita has, not only to academic excellence, but also to the issue of sustainability. I don't know how many of you have heard of the term biohappiness. Have you heard the term biohappiness? So it was a word that was coined by my father, Professor Swaminathan, and he wrote a book in 2011 called In Search of Biohappiness. And I don't think anyone understood at that time what exactly he was talking about. But he was a firm believer in living sustainably with nature. So when he created the foundation, the Swaminathan Research Foundation, he had 3 underlying principles: that it has to be pro-nature, pro-women, and pro-poor. So essentially, any program that we undertake has to not only not harm nature, but it has to do something positive for nature. It also has to ensure women's empowerment and advancement of gender equality in the communities where we work. And it also has to uh, ensure that the livelihoods of the poorest and the most vulnerable are impacted by the work that we do. So this is a kind of a driving force for everything we do, and this is his centenary year, 2025, and so we decided that we would revive the concept of biohappiness and put into practice what exactly he taught and he practiced also throughout his life. So essentially, I think today what we really should be, and I would like to, have the focus of all of sustainability and the SDGs that Dr. Veerayan talked about. Really, ultimately, it's about human health and well-being and also human survival. Because as you know, the kind of crises and threats that we face today globally are of course interconnected. But if you look at climate change and the rate at which global warming is happening, the countries of the world seem to be unable to work together to achieve the target set in 2015 of limiting global warming to 1.5 degrees above. So right now we are on track to go anywhere between 2.5 and 3 degrees above pre-industrial era. That means actually catastrophic consequences for the human species, but also many other species. As you know, there are also tipping points and planetary boundaries. Once you cross a particular tipping point, it's very difficult to come back. So our effort should be to not cross that tipping point. One example is a melting of the Arctic sea ice, the melting of the Himalayan glaciers. This is already happening at a rate which is far, far higher than what we've seen in the history. The extinction of species. We know that in nature, species do become extinct. But today, the rate of extinction of species is about 1,000 times more than the baseline. If you look at coral reefs, which are considered the forests of the ocean, which sustain a lot of marine life, coral reefs are getting damaged and dying at a phenomenal rate, and they think that by 2050, all the coral reefs in the world could be gone. Already around 80% have been damaged. And scientists are working to see how to actually regenerate coral, how to make them more resilient when the sea water is warming. But if the corals die, then a whole lot of other species will also die. So these are phenomena that have been not only happening for many years, but are now speeding up. So biodiversity loss, say a few hundred years ago, human beings used to consume around 5,000 species of plants. We used to eat. So that much diversity in our diet. Today, 70% of human consumption is limited to rice, wheat, and maize globally. And so all the research has happened on these crops. And of course, incentives for farmers are around these crops. And so there has been a complete dying out of agrobiodiversity. Various varieties of paddy that we used to have in this country. In fact, India is one of the origins of rice along with China. And if you really look at whole of India, you'll find thousands of traditional varieties of paddy. Some of them are saline tolerant. They can grow in saline environment. Some of them have medicinal properties. Some of them have very aromatic properties. But we've mostly lost many of those because of the focus on yield alone. At one time, it was necessary to focus on yield because India was food insecure. We were importing food before the 1960s. And we had to ensure food security. So at that time, high-yielding varieties of rice and wheat were introduced, which also needed a very lot of inputs in terms of fertilizers, water, pesticides, and so on. But that issue of food security was solved. And after the 1980s, India is a net food exporter. And yet today, the policies continue to be the same. These are unsustainable policies where rice is grown, paddy is grown in places where paddy should not be grown, where there is not enough water. Groundwater extraction has reached the point where areas have become desertified, and the excessive use of chemicals and fertilizers, pesticides, means that a lot of our food today, knowingly and unknowingly, we are consuming a lot of chemicals. So if you look at air, water, the Panchabhutas, which sustain us, as you talked about the importance of being aware of our environment, air, water, land, the wind, the food that we consume, of course, Agni. Without these, we cannot survive. And yet, when you look at the parameters today, air pollution every day in the headlines, we see the discussion because people have reached now the point where they cannot bear it any longer. When you have an AQI which is going above 400, 500, 600, when the WHO says that the cutoff for PM 2.5 should be less than 5 microgram per cubic mm. In Chennai, I look at the Hindu, there's a little box every day with air quality and the temperatures. Chennai, which we think must be very good air quality because we are next to the sea, has a PM 2.5 above 100 in most of the last few days that I have checked. So there's no place in India actually where anybody is breathing air of good quality. Water, we see repeatedly the disasters, small or big. Sometimes it makes it into the media, many times it does not. But certainly we have not ensured safe, clean drinking water for everyone. And the same is true for food, that less than 40% of Indians today can afford to consume a healthy, nutritious diet as defined by the ICMR, National Institute of Nutrition. So the very determinants of health, that is not the health care that we receive, hospitals, medical colleges, clinics, health centers can serve you when you're sick. But what can protect you and prevent you from becoming sick is the air that you breathe, the water you drink, the food you eat, your housing. So these are called the determinants of health. So unless we pay more attention, particularly to the environmental determinants of health, we will not achieve, health and well-being. The SDG goal of universal health and well-being, or universal health coverage, if you really just want to look at the certain indicators which are measured. So I think we think of health as medicines, as taking care of the sick, and not as much as on the prevention side. And I believe that unless we frame these issues of pollution and sustainability as health issues, we will not take it seriously. And here I must congratulate the Hindu for consistently, writing about these issues. You can see full page stories, in-depth investigative journalism that is done to describe some of the environmental disasters that we see happening around us today, whether it is mining in places where mining is banned, whether it is, and we have in this neighborhood also a lot of illegal mining and quarrying that goes on, whether it's a contamination of rivers. As you know, rivers in many countries have been recognized as living beings. They have a right to live, and yet, if you look at the state of the rivers in our own city, are they living? No, they are not. So there is no point in measuring water quality, air quality, etc., if we don't relate that to what's happening to our health. Every day when you're breathing so much of PM 2.5 or nitrogen oxide or sulfur oxides or methane, which comes out of waste, I'm very happy that the two topics chosen today are on waste, solid waste management, and water. They're very critical topics. But we often think of waste as looking bad, looking ugly. We need to do something about this garbage heap which we see in front of us. We don't think about it in terms of what is it doing to my health? What are the gases that are coming out of that? As you know, methane is one of the very strong short-lived climate pollutants. What does it mean? It means that methane has a much shorter half-life than carbon dioxide. And yet it contributes 10 times more to global warming. It's a low-hanging fruit. If we can reduce methane, then you'll see an impact immediately, whereas CO2, it takes time. Even if you reduce CO2 down to zero today, it's going to take many decades for us to see an impact on temperature. But short-lived climate pollutants like methane and like tropospheric ozone, like black carbon, these have immediate impacts on global warming and also on our health. And as you know, the biggest sources of methane production, one is from waste and decomposition. Agriculture is a considerable producer of methane, both through cultivation but also through the waste, improper waste management. And of course, livestock. As you know, when cows belch, they give out a lot of methane. So there's a lot of research needed, and which is going on now on how these can be reduced. But of course, there's also a lot of implementation. We have a lot of knowledge today that we need to implement in order to make these better. So in fact, we'll be undertaking a study very soon in partnership with IIT Madras and the Sri Ramachandra group of health institute, the environmental health group there, to look at health exposures, particularly for vulnerable populations that are living around landfill sites and the large dump yards that we have, and we'll do that in a few states. So I'm glad the next panel is really going to talk about that. We can also use technology today. So like I said, we have a lot of knowledge. There's a lot that's known about these topics, a lot of innovations that are happening. There are a number of startups now that are looking at these issues, and India is really leading. I think the number of young people thinking about these issues and trying to find solutions, that is very, very encouraging. And we need to find a way of scaling those innovative solutions that people are coming up with, whether it is for carbon capture, through biochar and other interventions in farmers' fields, whether it is developing new varieties of crops which are able to develop, create their own nitrogen and therefore will require less fertilizers to be applied, growing paddy with techniques which require less flooding and therefore less methane production. So there's a lot of things that science can do. But in terms of technology also, particularly digital tools, we at the foundation have used digital tools for a long time. Even before mobile phones were available, we were using satellite technology to actually bring knowledge to farmers and to fishermen, especially the small fishermen and fisherwomen, in order to provide the kind of information they need to improve their own livelihoods. So we have an app, I could tell you about the plant clinic, which is basically somebody in the village who gets trained to detect the pests and pathogens that infect a particular crop, let's say a vegetable like lady's finger or brinjal. The farmer quite often goes to the input dealer, buys a lot of pesticide and applies it because they don't know what exactly is infecting. So broad spectrum use of pesticide and even antibiotics. But through the plant clinic, they are told by one of their own peers who's trained that this is a vitamin deficiency or this is this particular fungal infection or bacterial infection, so that you need to apply only that particular product which is needed to treat it. Similarly, so this is called the plant clinic. It's running in many parts of the country now, and I think through using AI now, it is possible to scale it up. And AI now allows us to do things faster, more accurately. I'm talking here about traditional AI, which is very good at image recognition. So things which human beings will take a long time to do, today the AI can do it for you very fast once it is trained. So if you have an AI tool on your phone, the farmer, all he or she has to do is take a picture, and the AI tool should be able to tell this is this particular problem your crop is having. You apply this, or this is the solution for it. So AI can be very well trained to do these things. Whereas generative AI, which is also now very helpful in many fields, I need to warn all of you, especially young people here, about the misinformation and disinformation that generative AI, particularly the deep fakes, are actually creating, and how much confusion they create in the minds of people. We saw during COVID that a lot of vaccine misinformation was spread, and this resulted in many countries, people actually refusing to accept vaccines. Not in India, luckily. We had very good vaccine coverage here. But in other countries, this was a big problem. And around the world now, you see measles outbreaks, things coming up which actually we were close to elimination. So this is because of the public trust in science going down. And you have climate skeptics also who keep on spreading misinformation. And we We know we have many heads of state also who are climate skeptics and who deny that any climate change is happening. So I think everybody is on social media now. We live in a world where I don't think we're going to come out of social media anytime soon. It has its advantages and disadvantages. You've got to be thoughtful enough to take what is credible, what is scientific, what is rational, and to discard or question what is not. And one must resist the temptation to forward every WhatsApp that you get. Because I receive a lot of forwarded WhatsApps that I can make out are completely wrong information, false. And if you think for 2 minutes, you should be able to raise some questions about the veracity of the data that you're reading. Usually it's very explosive, and very sensational. So the tendency is, let's spread this and send it to 20 more friends, and that's how wrong information spreads. So one has to develop a scientific mindset from a very young age of questioning and of being critically constructive. But also today we need a new skill, which is how do you detect AI fakes? And I must say that's not very easy. Somebody has sent me an AI deep fake of myself, speaking about some diabetes cure, which is complete nonsense. But it is done very realistically. It looks as though I am there and I'm speaking with a WHO banner behind me and promoting some fake things for diabetes. So I've complained and it's been taken down from 1 or 2 social media sites, but it's still circulating. Once it's out there, I believe it's very difficult to completely remove fake videos, from the environment. So this is something that all of you are going to be, I think, have to live with much more than our generation has to deal with it now. But you will have to develop the skills, actually, how to use AI, how to use the huge amount of information that's today available on the internet to you at your fingertips. How to use it wisely, but never forget the human intelligence has certain things which AI will never have. And one of them is compassion and empathy. And I go back to what you said at the very beginning about compassion and empathy for fellow living things. AI is not going to have that. And therefore, and also creativity. I think AI can be creative in many ways, but I think thinking really out of the box and finding solutions, it comes when you have a lived experience, because AI, after all, is trained on data, whereas you actually are living in an environment. So in your day-to-day, when you see certain things, you will react to it differently. And again, I come back to the role of the media in science communication, in making things easily understandable for people, in breaking down, and I very much enjoy the Hindu podcast. I listen to it regularly because I find that it breaks down. We cannot be knowing everything. We can't be experts on everything, however well-read we are. And so to have an expert explain to you what a certain topic means, it's really very useful. So I would encourage you all to listen to podcasts like The Hindu and many other podcasts today where you have excellent scientists talking about the latest breakthroughs in science and what it means. But at the same time, the lived experience. I think when we talk very abstract in terms of, some environmental indicators or even the word sustainability, it may not mean anything. But when you hear the story of a particular woman or a man, recently there was a feature that was done in The Hindu on the impact of heat. And I thought it was very innovative that 4 journalists came together and they asked a few ordinary people in the city to wear a heat monitor where they could, calculate the heat index to which they are exposed. As you know, heat is one of the very big issues we are going to face, which will impact our health in the coming years. And what they did was, one was an auto driver, one was a fisherwoman, and so on. And the heat index that they were experiencing was far higher than the temperatures that are being measured by the IMD, because you have to add humidity and you have to add also the environment where they're sitting. So if they're sitting under a tin roof or a metal roof, or they're sitting on concrete, they're going to be facing much more heat. So this fisherwoman talks about how her fish gets spoiled so quickly now, because earlier she would be sitting on maybe a grassy patch or some mud, and today she's sitting on concrete, which is making the heat much worse for her. So I think, and the auto driver who's exposed to 50 degrees heat index as he goes around the city. What is it doing to his health? So again, we have a program starting to very soon where we will be monitoring people over a period of a year or so to find out how heat is impacting their physical and their mental health. And one of the things we've already found is that domestic violence goes up when people are exposed to heat. People are more irritable, they get angry, and as a result, the violence against women actually is going up. So there are many sort of invisible things which are happening in society due to climate change and due to the change in our environment. So it's really important to go deeper, and I'm so happy that there's a big focus on research here at this institution. And Dr. Ashwini comes from a background of research in the ICMR. Both of us are ICMR products. So, but interdisciplinary research. I think gone are the days when you can do research, one or two people, and publish papers. The really high impact papers will only come from interdisciplinary and multidisciplinary research, where you can go deep into a problem and not only describe the problem, but try to find a solution for it, try to find something which can make it better. I think the most, to me, satisfying aspects of research is when you can actually find a solution, you propose it, and then somebody is willing to adapt it and use it. You know, could be in the campus, could be in the villages surrounding this area where you try out certain things, say for solid waste management or water, you know, something that comes out of today's discussions, that would go a long way. And you have such a huge force of faculty and students here that you could actually become the champions. And that's how actually movements will begin. I think when young people not only speak up, but start taking action. I've met many young people in the city and around the country today who are so motivated. And I wonder why I didn't do those things when I was their age. In my 20s, they're much more connected, I think, both to environment and to others. And they have, again, you can use social media very positively as well. I've seen many examples where social media is used to really generate very, very positive momentum on action. So I think a lot to be done. I would once again say that let's think about this as the health of humans, the health of the planet, the health of every species, and ultimately it's our survival. We want to live healthily in this planet for our children, grandchildren as well, and not only for those people who are alive today. In fact, the other day I heard a statistic which was a bit startling to me, that every child born today, maybe this is only for the United States, that 50% of children born today will live to be 100. Close to 100, anywhere between 98 and 104. So that's how life expectancy is improving. And with scientific advances, it's going to keep increasing. But if our environment is poor, I doubt whether we'll enjoy a longer life expectancy. So we want not only to live long, but to also live healthy and to let all other species also not only just survive, but thrive in our environment. Thank you very much.
A heartfelt gratitude to you, ma'am. I think you've reflected on so many aspects, and it is definitely thought-provoking, and also it is like this real talk that we all wanted. We do not understand how everything is impacting each other. It is all interdependent. Thank you so much for reflecting on that. And to all our dear friends and students, it's time that you all develop that skill to understand the real from the reals. Moving on, ladies and gentlemen, now I request Mr. Monica Matapa to kindly take the stage. So can we have you at the podium? He is the founder and chairman of Mac India Company. Please put your hands together for him.
எங்கிட்ட இருந்து சஸ்டைனபிலிட்டி இது வந்து என்னை பொறுத்த வரைக்கும் விஷ்ணு மகான் பேச வேண்டிய சப்ஜெக்ட். அவர் தான் எப்படி இந்த மக்களெல்லாம் காப்பாற்றி கொண்டு போகிறது, சஸ்டைன் பண்ணுறது. இந்த சப்ஜெக்டு ஒரு 15 வருஷத்துக்கு முன்னாடி எம்எஸ் சாமிநாதன் அப்போ லைஃப் அந்த அம்மாவுக்கு தெரியாது. நிறைய எல்லாத்துக்கும் சோறு போடணும், அப்போ தான் ஃபஸ்ட்டு சஸ்டெயின் பண்ண முடியும் அப்படின்னு பேசிகிட்டு இருக்கும்போது அதை பற்றி ரீசர்ச் பண்ண ஆரம்பித்தேன். அந்த டைமில் நான் வந்து யூஎஸில் எங்கள் கம்பெனி ஆரம்பித்து நாசா, போயிங், லாக்ஹீட் மார்ட்டின் இந்த மாதிரி கம்பெனிக்கெல்லாம் ரீசர்ச் பண்ணிகிட்டு இருந்தோம். நிறைய ப்ராடக்ட்ஸ் எங்கே பண்ணிகிட்டு இருந்தோம். என்னுடைய ஒரு நாவல் சிஸ்டமே என்னென்னா, உலகத்தில் எது இல்லையோ அதெல்லாம் நாங்கள் எடுத்து பண்ணுறது. இன்றைக்கி நம்ம மிசைல் நம்பர் 1 இருக்குது அப்படின்னா உலகத்தில், தட் இஸ் பிகாஸ் ஆஃப் அஸ். நாங்கள் அப்துல் கலாம் ஐயா எல்லாம் சேர்ந்து பண்ண ஒரு ப்ராஜெக்டு. இப்போவும் அதுக்கு எங்கள் கம்பெனி எல்லா சப்ஜெக்டும் பண்ணிட்டு தான் இருக்கோம், ப்ராடக்ட்ஸ் எல்லாம் பண்ணிட்டு தான் இருக்கோம். நாங்களும் பிஇஎல் சேர்ந்து பண்ணுறோம். ஹிந்துக்காரங்களுக்கு எல்லாத்துக்கும் தெரியும், லோக்கல் பீப்புளுக்கு உங்களுக்கு தெரியாமல் இருக்கலாம். அந்த டைமில் எம்எஸ் சாமிநாதன் ஐயா கூட எனக்கு ரிட்டையர்மெண்ட் ஏஜ் வந்துருச்சு. ஸோ ஐ வாண்ட் டு கான்ட்ரிபியூட் சம்திங் டு த சொசைட்டி அப்படின்னு பேசும்போது தான் இந்த நிறைய திட்டம் வச்சுருக்குறோம்ப்பா ஃபார்மர்ஸுக்கு, பட் எதையுமே இந்த கவர்மெண்ட் செக்டரில் கொண்டு போய் சேர்த்த முடியல என்னால் அப்படின்னு சொன்னார். ஐ டிட் லாட் ஆஃப் ரீசர்ச். இது இப்படி இருக்க அந்த டைமில் தான் அப்துல் கலாம் ஐயா ஒரு நாள் வந்து 2020 we should find solution for all pollution, otherwise the human being is not going to exist. அதே டைமில் லாட் ஆஃப் universities in US did a lot of research. They predicted 2100 as created by the God, no living being can sustain. So what are we going to do? Let us find solution for all pollution by 2020. And so happened, we were ready almost on his oral order. I worked on that project. I found solution for all pollution, you name it. Unfortunately, we were 3 months away. After 3 months, we are supposed to declare, make him open all this program, declare this to our nation, to the international community. But he passed away without even telling me. Very sorry to say that. But I continued. Today I have solution for all pollution, you name it. We are already implementing it. But can I sustain and take this technology all across the country, all across the world, in this political system? No way. So how are you going to sustain? This is another problem. In fact, in 1986, Dr. Kalam called me from Siachen. Our troops were there roaming around. They have to go for a defecation. They go for defecation. They carry some water to clean up. But the defecation, they close it with snow or mud, depending on the season. When the season changes, gets exposed, big smell. He'll lay and a lot of problem. So he called me, what are you going to do, Max? I said, sir, I am an electronics and communication engineer. You are talking about defecation. No, I thought you are intelligent. You have to do something on that. And I was doing a lot of research on that. Any problem given to me, I'll do research. I used to read Hindu daily, and I start from the back page. They write in one column, 10 centimeter, lot of quotes from Veda. One example I'll tell you, how to have a male child. They used to write. And that particular day, they wrote cleanliness. From the Veda, there are species living in Antarctica. They are called seal and walrus. They live in the water. It's very cold water, and it is similar to the oxygen conditions like lake. They come out on the snow, they defecate, go back, keep the place living clean. So I don't know why these Hindu people told me, wrote me, and this is an indication God has given me. I was connecting and came to the 8th page. There, there is one shaker from my village going to Antarctica on an expedition for scientific research. Why he is connecting? Something is getting connected. So, big story. I called him and told him, watch the seal walrus doing defecation. Watch how long it takes to vanish. Like we defecate in the open area, in 3-4 days it's gone. Not in climate like Leh and, So, radio message came, gone. They collected the sample. And we did research for about 6 years in Gwalior lab, DRDO Gwalior lab. 1991, we installed in DRDO Bhavan in the place. Even now, it is not full. It's clean inside the septic tank. So, protectors, sustainability, how we are going to save our humanity in the future. For every aspect, there are people like Abdul Kalam. Now I see Viraya as Vishnu, Bhagavan, protecting people. He is one amongst probably 1 crore. There are 140 crore people. Maybe there are 140 people like him making us to talk sustainability. It's a very great initiative, the right subject to talk about at this stage. So, today, as I said, zero pollution, no sewage water. This is what we invented, Abdul Kalam and myself invented. You install nip it at the butt, it's a concept. முளையிலேயே கிளிர்னத அப்படின்னா வீட்டுக்கு எங்கே ஜென்ரேட் ஆகுதோ அங்கேயே செப்டிக் டேங்க் போட்டால் நோ sewage water. It's being implemented left and right in all our different installations. It is there. New installations, old installations still is not done fully. So, who is to take this technology across the country? Who is to mandate? Can the monitoring mechanism like TNPCB or CPCB, are they empowered to implement such a rule? No way. It's not. It's a board. It's controlled by politicians. It's not going to happen. So we are trying to change. What needs to be changed, we are trying to change. It will happen. Same way, the solid waste, municipal solid waste. I did a lot of research. Past 6 years, our plant is running in Kodugiyur, in Chennai. It's running. We are eliminating 200 tons on the same day. You give it, on the same day it is gone. Your 6,000 tons in Chennai can be eliminated within 24 hours. We have the technology. But nobody to take it to the people because the political system is like that. So we need change. In fact, some inventions we patented, we took it to the USA and they say, you please patent in USA also and come to us because it's a $40 billion business per year. Such an important subject. Who is there to take it to the people? If I tell Hindu, no, you write to government, if they refuse to implement, you come back. I can show proof. So media has to play a major role in this type of thing. Same way, next major pollution is our textile. Textile pollution is, we made it zero. What is the pollutant? What is the core issue? The salt is the core issue. We eliminated salt and made pollution. We work with Citra. The beauty of our system in our country is we have great labs. We have great scientists working. You are all going to be people like that in the future. You are all great people in the whole world. Nobody can match us. And all over the world, our people are only excelling. People are earning money out of our brain work. It is a true. Everybody knows about it. So we got a great lab. I just integrated all the lab people and made this type of patents and implemented all the solutions. It's happening now. Same way there is other pollution, major pollution. We have solution already implemented. Now somebody has to say, no more other pollution. We are not changing major investment at all. Existing system, you just make small changes. You want me to go? You are okay with timing? So it's all doable. Delhi air pollution. You can live without food. Take water. breathe air. For some more days you can sustain. For people, I know people for months and years they can live without food, but without air and water we cannot. But are this air suitable? In Delhi, in Chennai, I observed it is 170 AQI here in your area. It's terrible. It cannot be more. In Coimbatore, it is only 40 in my place. You are also getting the same problem like what you are getting in Delhi. Delhi is terrible. Do we have a solution? Yes. Very simple solution. If anybody wants, I think we can talk later because I may not be given enough time to talk here. Just take it for granted. We have a solution and God is going to protect us. 2100, before 100 comes, we will have all solutions installed. All human beings, all living beings will continue to live. And you people, the programs what I am talking, if it's implemented, in Tamil Nadu itself, we need about 30 lakh people working, engineers and technicians and support people, just on the pollution issue alone. You can imagine all over the country, all over the world. I'm basically a radar scientist, defense and aerospace specialist. I don't talk without proof. So you can take it from me. You will all have a great future. Thank you for the opportunity, Chairman sir.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. And also for sharing the anecdotes about his collaboration with the legendary leaders. Ladies and gentlemen, with that, we have come to an end of our inaugural. We will take a short break of 5 minutes, and we actually mean it because we are running a little late. We have panel discussion, and our panelists and moderators are already set. So we request you all to kindly join us in 5 minutes. For our students and other participants, we do have refreshments served at the Community Medicine Hall, which is on the right. And thank you very much for your time. Thank you for the talks. And I think when we have the real influencers like all of you, we are in for a treat. The earth is in safe hands. Thank you very much. I request the students to kindly sit back, give us 2 minutes. Students, kindly sit back, give us 2 minutes. this quick. Okay, this is the final call. We request you all to kindly be seated. We are ready to begin. And we request you to kindly put your mobile phones on silent, please, because these discussions, these dialogues are going to be very insightful. It's going to create an impact in each one of you if you listen to them carefully. There's a lot to take back home, and I mean in terms of information. Ladies and gentlemen, our first panel discussion is about the future of waste management, innovation, technology, and behavior change. As we begin this important discussion on the future of waste management, it is my privilege to introduce our distinguished panelists and our moderators. The leaders represent research, industry, technology, and community-led change. To begin with, we warmly welcome Dr. Ashok Kumar Veeramuthu. Please put your hands together for Dr. Ashok Kumar. He is the professor and head of the Center for Waste Management and Renewable Energy at SciMax. A globally recognized scientist, Dr. Veeramuthu brings a rare combination of academic excellence and industrial R&D experience. His work spans waste-to-energy systems, circular economy solution, carbon reduction, and microplastics research. With over 120 international publications and recognition among the world's top scientists, he continues to shape both policy thinking and grassroots sustainability awareness. Give a round of applause to our first panelist. Welcome to the panel, sir. It is my pleasure to welcome Mr. Nagesh Prabhu. He is the Director, Sales and Marketing of Sigma Global Environ Solutions, a pioneer in landfill and dump site mining in India. Mr. Nagesh represents the scale at which innovation can transform environmental challenges into opportunities. Under his leadership, Sigma has reclaimed hundreds of acres of legacy dump sites and processed millions of tons of municipal waste. His vision of a dump site-free India reflects the power of technology-led, scalable sustainability solutions. Welcome to the panel, sir. We also warmly welcome Ms. Janani Venkatesh. She is an environmental advocate and a secretary of ROCA, which is the Residents of Kasturba Nagar Association. Janani has been instrumental in driving behavior change at the community level, mobilizing residents to adopt source segregation and sustainable waste products. Her work demonstrates that long-term impact begins at home, as simple as that. And through that, it grows into a collective citizen action. Her recognition across civic and national platforms stand testimony to the power of people-led environmental movements. Welcome to the panel. Joining the panel is Mr. Aravind Kolapur. Put your hands together for the man. He is the Vice President, Business Operations at eCycle Solutions. With deep experience in recycling, IT, consulting, Mr. Kolapur brings a strong operational perspective to sustainability. His work focuses on compliant, secure, and scalable e-waste management aligned with global standards, reinforcing the role of technology and process innovation in advancing the circular economy. Welcome, sir. Welcome to the panel. Moderating this insightful session is Ms. Geeta Srimati, our senior reporter from The Hindu. Welcome. Over to you.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Every day, Chennai generates about 4,000 to 6,000 tons of solid waste just from municipal and household sources. This does not even include demolition and construction waste. To put this into perspective, imagine a standard football field. I did this complex calculation, but full disclosure, math is not my strong suit. But imagine a standard football field. So if you pile up the Chennai's daily waste and spread it out to a typical landfill height, it would be enough to almost fill an entire football field. And remember, this happens every single day. Across India, we're generating more waste than ever. This increase is due to rapid urbanization, increasing consumption, and changing lifestyles. Traditionally, we have so far followed a simple model, use and dispose. But today it's clear that this approach is no longer sustainable. The future of waste management lies in rethinking waste and how we dispose of it. Today's panel discussion brings together experts from different fields, and together they will throw light on how cities, institutions, and young people like you can think differently about waste management system. I want to start off with a common question for all of you. If a college student asked you, probably they might, are Indian cities managing their waste sustainably today? What would your honest answer be? And any specific reasons for your answer? Start with Janani.
Yeah, hi everyone. Thanks to Hindu and Savita for this wonderful opportunity to be talking about sustainability and waste management at this scale. I'm not sure if I could talk about Indian cities, but definitely Chennai is not managing waste the way it is supposed to be managed. Personally, in my own journey, when I started in 2018, it was, I think, 5,300 or 200 metric tons. And I've been creating awareness around communities, colleges, and school. But what I see today is, like you mentioned, the amount of waste has become 6,300 metric tons per day. So, actually I don't know whether I should blame myself or the people who are generating waste. But sustainable waste management is not being practiced. I wouldn't say just Indian cities. Globally, it is use and dispose system is what being practiced more than landfilling. Recovery should be the way forward. Thank you.
Mr. Arvind, can we have your opinion on this?
I basically focus on e-waste, but e-waste today in India, all cities is growing exponentially. People are not repairing the devices today. They're not even recycling. They're just replacing it due to new products, new features which come. If the product may be better, for a small change, people only replace. So I see only e-waste adding up in landfills. I don't see it coming down.
Right, e-waste definitely is an important topic and we'll come to that later. Professor Ashok, நீங்க உங்க perspectiveல இருந்து waste sustainable manage பண்றது ஒரு city levelல அப்படினா அது எப்படி பார்க்கணும்?
Yes, first of all, thanks for the Hindu and my own institution, Savita. and thanks to the moderator also. So this is a very good question, ma'am. Regarding this waste management, particularly, I'm very much keen about the waste management. What the reality I have seen, I have visited like particularly in Tamil Nadu, all the districts and schools also. So far I deliver more than I met more than like 50,000 students regarding waste management awareness, and college students also like more than that, and village also. So in this perspective, that it is a big challenge because we don't have, even though we have a knowledge and we have the manpower, in ground level reality, we are not following. Because, for example, in foreign countries and all, the policy is very strict, and the regulations are very common and they follow us. But in India, I think we are not following the kind of policy and all. So, for example, if you go and see particularly the urban cities, you can see the dump yard, isn't it? And even 2, 3 government meeting also, they invited me for regarding this issue. And you can see the tower, the garbage tower. We call it like a temple tower. We next come to the garbage tower. You can see that. For example, if this is a garbage tower, you can found like more than 5 to 10 cows and grazing, isn't it? So it is like chain process, because the cow eat garbage and it comes to the human being also. So a lot of issues right now we are facing in waste, particularly the ground level segregation. So this thing has to address properly, because we have the knowledge, we have the technology. When come to the reality, or even the institution or private sector or whatever, when ground level segregations they failed so far in India. So this has to address properly, because if we set up this idea with ground level segregation properly means, then the next level is very easy. But still now, even though we have loaded with a lot of hazardous pollution, so ground level segregations we failed, in my opinion.
Thank you, sir.
Thank
We'll
you.
delve into all that next. Mr. Nagesh, you've been working in the waste and environment sector for many years now. I mean, what would your response be?
If you're expecting me to tell a binary answer, it is no. But then it's very easy to say no, right? So, sustainable is a very, very scientific and a very responsible word. And I think there need for a city of this magnitude, which is again not, planned properly, in order for a city like Greater Chennai Corporation to handle its waste sustainably, there needs to be a lot of enablers. Some of them that all my panel members have mentioned. But the question is, it's a chicken or egg situation. Now the city's exploded. It's urbanized beyond imagination, right? I mean, talk about any city for that matter. But there have been some, you know, uh, examples which have actually shown the right way forward. Some of them believed in decentralization. It worked very well. I mean, look at Noida for that matter. They've been working on a decentralization model, because Noida is a planned city. Now, you can't pick up a decentralized model and put it in Greater Chennai corporations, because it is not planned, right? You can't set up a decentralized model in slums, for that matter, or places where it cannot be handled. So I think it's a chicken or egg situation, but there needs to be a lot of enablers. I wouldn't say the enablers should also be, entirely on the citizens to handle. I mean, there has been problems that citizens give segregated waste, but the cities are not able to manage them properly because they don't have the necessary infrastructure. Why do they don't have necessary infrastructure? Because they don't have land. Why is there no land? Because there is a NIMBY syndrome, right? So it is like a chicken or egg situation. But having said that, the Clean India mission, which was launched by the government of India, has given a lot of enablers. And me and my company, which started in 2016, exactly a year when the Clean India mission started, we were one of the beneficiaries. It actually motivated youngsters like us, because we never knew what was waste management even before we plunged into it. But today we've grown, we've now become a Singapore company. And this is all because of these enablers. We are saying we are on the right track, but we have to understand that we are not small company, a small country. We are a large country. We have diverse population, various diverse eating habits, huge amount of festivals coming in, right? And everything is connected with waste, characteristics of waste, and the way it has to be managed, right? So let's give some positive thing to all these urban and local bodies who are striving very hard. There is a political problem, there is a administrative problem, but then we love to be in chaos. That's what they say, right? India cannot work without a chaos, but we are doing very well. There are a lot of positive things happening. There's, like, of course, a light at the end of the tunnel. But yes, there is a lot of things to do. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Nagesh. I actually want you to shine light on the bio-mining and remediation projects you're doing in Perungudi and Kodungayur dump yard. So for the uninitiated, Chennai has two large dump yards. If you've ever driven past OMR, towards OMR, through Perungudi or up north near Kodungayur, you would have seen like mountains of garbage, legacy waste just piled on. And Sigma has worked in that space, and so can you talk a little bit about
So,
that?
landfill mining, in just one sentence, is a concept where you actually clear the landfill or the so-called dump yards. In fact, it is very important for us to understand what a landfill and a dump yard is. Dump yard is a place where you keep dumping the waste without any secured plastics, and there's no collection of leachate system, there's no management of methane or any other obnoxious gases. So typically 95% of the so-called landfill sites that you see in India are all dump sites. So we were actually given the responsibility to clear a part of the Perangudi controlled dump site, and approximately 93 acres of land was cleared, and we processed over 16 lakh tons of waste in a record time of 2 years. What's much more important for all of you to understand is that when we clear these dump sites, what are we actually doing? We all know we are trying to curb the pollution. It's one solution where you clear the entire problem without any residues, right? So you don't have any legacy to be kept. So you clear the landfill, you convert it into simple as a football field and give it back to the municipal corporation. What's the positive part of this is what are the resources that we're getting out of these landfills? Number one is something called a refuse-derived fuel. The non-recyclable plastic that you get out of these landfills are actually used as alternate fuel in cement plants to fire their kiln. Now, this is actually replacing coal, clearly reducing your carbon emissions. The second is you get a lot of inert soil stones, which is used for road construction. It's a clear alternative to mining of soil and stones, which would have been done, and again a huge carbon-intensive, procedure. So we are actually replacing that, and then you have recyclables, which actually comes into in the circularity. So you're killing two problems here. One, you stop pollution, whether it is water, air, or diseases, ice, or everything, and then you use those research which are hidden and use them in circularity. But the catch here, as they call it, the rattlesnake in the deal, is that it's not cheap. It's expensive, right? Because this is a problem that you've created for decades together and needs to be cleared. In fact, I would go to an extent where I say that in order to clear these aggregates, we spend money, right? So it's not easy. It's expensive, but then on a long term, it will really help you, because the land that is reclaimed could be used for building infrastructure to handle fresh waste. That's how it is. But the caveat here is that you should stop dumping fresh waste once you clear the land, which most of the time doesn't happen, right? So the urban and local bodies use it as a methodology to dump more waste, unfortunately for us. Thank you. So we've done this in Perangudi. We're doing currently in Kodangayur. We've already cleared about 10 lakh tons. We're doing 15,000 tons of waste processing every day. RDF is going at unprecedented rate. Vada Chennai is trying to clear the entire dump site of Kodangayur, which has been sitting there for almost 40 to 50 years now. So I welcome the entire team to come have a look, see what you've done there and how we are clearing it. It's like you build the mountains and now you're paying for clearing it. It's all exchequer's money, right? Unfortunately, but then we have to clear it. Someone has to make their hands dirty, right? Thank you.
I think that's a great opportunity for students to actually visit. Maybe Professor, you can
Absolutely.
sort of arrange that.
Definitely, ma'am. We'll arrange that.
Thanks. And the key word that you have to take is circularity, circular economy. If you're ever following the sustainability space, waste management, environment space, this is a term that you're going to come across a lot. Sir, Professor, இப்போ ஒரு அகாடமிக் பெர்ஸ்பெக்டிவ்லேருந்து நீங்கள் வந்து இந்த சென்டர் ஃபார் வேஸ்ட் மேனேஜ்மெண்ட் அண்ட் ரெனியூபிள் எனர்ஜி ஆல்சோ நீங்கள் யூர் பார்ட் ஆஃப் இட். ஸோ அந்த லென்ஸ்லேருந்து பார்க்குறப்போ நம்ம இப்போ கரண்ட்டாக இருக்கிற வேஸ்ட் மேனேஜ்மெண்ட் சிஸ்டமில் அட்ரஸ் பண்ண வேண்டிய மேஜர் கேப்ஸ் அர்ஜென்ட்டாக அப்படின்னு நீங்கள் என்ன பார்க்குறீங்க?
The major gap is, as I told you earlier, ma'am, because the first thing is that we have enough technology and knowledge also in this perspective. The thing is, when come to the reality, First thing is the poor waste segregation. So this is the biggest gap because as per now, even though the segregation process, for example, if companies or some village they are doing the segregation process, if you go and look into that, you cannot see that 100% segregated properly because you can find the mixed waste dominance, isn't it? So that, for example, if we not follow this properly, means then whatever the scalability technology we adore, it will fail at commercial scale. So this is one part, and the second part is the gap between research and practice, isn't it? As academic institutions, that we are doing some research, and when it comes to the practical, for example, we connected with the village people or some society, so in this perspective also there is a huge gap in my opinion. And other important point is that no long-term proof. For example, most of the research wind up in pilot scale. For example, in waste management, or they are doing and they started, and after that they are not continuing process, isn't it? So we need to go for until the life cycle assessment analysis and all. So this is also one kind of another one gap. And another important gap is that public health is ignored. For example, I have seen in my area, the people are collecting the waste and segregating the waste properly. But after that, suddenly, if you see, and some person, they are burning the waste, isn't it? And it releases a lot of huge amount of toxic chemicals to the air, and we get a lot of problem. And we don't bother about the healthcare, isn't it? So this is one of the major issues. Even though we are collecting and segregating properly, the next point is that we are not doing proper healthcare, and again we are creating the environmental pollution. Again, it comes to the pollution again, and this is one thing. And another important point is disconnection between institution like government and private sector, because each sector they are working properly. For example, as an academic institution, we are working like anything. Private sector is working like anything, and government also working like anything. But we have to interconnect this system. For example, government has to connect with the university. University has to connect with the corporate. So like this interconnected system, if we are following that, means definitely this gap will be addressed in future. So this is I felt that these are the gaps.
Yeah, I think there's a gap in sort of every stage of this process, and this integrated working can maybe fill some of these gaps, if not all.
Yes.
Yeah. I wanted to ask Mr. Arvind. So e-waste is, as we said, it's a niche area, and it's one of the fastest growing waste streams because there's just so much machines and machinery being used. We don't really think of e-waste when we say waste. All we think is plastic and food waste and textile waste, all that. So what makes sort of e-waste more challenging to manage compared to other forms of waste?
E-waste as such, if you see, it cannot be just considered as waste because it has a lot of precious metals, rare earth metals in it. So the extraction process as such has to be done so that we recover these lost resources. These resources, we ensure that they are not lost so that we get some resource security. See, there is a huge geopolitical cost and an economical cost in mining elements like lithium, gold, platinum, which are used in e-waste boards. All devices, you take a server or a laptop, for example, it contains a good amount of gold and platinum which is used in the circuitry boards. To extract this is a technical and as well as a niche area which we'll have to focus on. And the cost of extracting these is currently at par with the cost of selling them back. So achieving circular economy is a very tough task. So we'll have to invest more into technologies, come up to European nation standards where circularity can be achieved. So this is one of the key areas. Apart from this, the process involves a lot of toxic gas release and other things which we'll have to take care of.
Yeah, I was just going to come to that. So mining these minerals from e-waste, does these come with an environmental cost, and how do we sort of navigate that?
Okay. Currently, the processes for extracting them from the boards is a very complex process, but we are having systems as per the norms. So we are not able to do it at 100%. We are like doing it at least 80% to ensure that safe gas is released outside and there is no damage to people who are actually working on this route. Going forward, we'll have to aggregate and utilize new processes so that we achieve a circular economy for this process.
Right. Thank you, sir. Ms. Janani, I think for you, based on your grassroots experience, what are the most common behavioral barriers that people face when it comes to source segregation? Which, because we think, okay, yes, நம்ம வந்து குப்பை போடுறோம், அதை போயிட்டு வந்து recycle ஆயிடும் அப்படின்னு. But it's very hard if you don't actually segregate the waste. And I don't see it happening around. So why do you think that is?
I think this is a very pertinent question when it comes to community-led initiatives, because we are directly interacting with people and community. And I also see a lot of people sleeping here, so I thought I'll wake them up. ஒரு சின்ன question கேட்குறேன். When it comes to waste, because barriers சொல்லும்போது I think this is very, very important. How you see waste and the language you use for waste, right? So நம்ம வீட்டில் குப்பை செய்து mostly you put it all in one black cover, which is mixed waste. So most of us are, of course, dependent on the house help or people who is planning to go outside. அவங்க கிட்ட நம்ம என்ன சொல்லி குப்பையை கொடுப்போம்? Anybody can answer. What do you tell them when you want to get rid of the waste inside the home? Anybody? What is the instruction you give them?
சும்மா அப்படியே சொல்லு.
தமிழ்ல சொல்லலாம், இங்கிலீஷ்ல சொல்லலாம். It will all, come to the same thing. Wake up and you have to answer me, please. என்னங்க? Hero Kotama. Wow, that is the next level instruction. But what we generally say, குப்பையை தூக்கி போட்டுரு. இல்ல இங்கிலீஷ்ல சொன்னா throw away the waste. வெளில போகும்போது தூக்கி போட்டுரு அப்படின்னு சொல்றோம். But we don't understand that there is no away for waste that you generate on an everyday basis, right? It just relocates into another place. Where does it relocate? It relocates to street bins, or if you take the big picture, like he said, to the dump yards, right? That is where it ends up. And what it becomes someone else's problem. When I say someone else, who is this someone else? When we take city of Chennai, because I am from Chennai, city of Chennai, அது வந்து corporation. It becomes the corporation's problem. Like he said, we build the mountains and we pay crores and crores of money, and hours of human efforts are wasted just to undo one thing that could have been rightly done at home, right? So this is the first barrier over my 8 years of experience with people I see is the language and the way they see waste is very different. Rendavathu very, very important thing, people do not differentiate between public infrastructure and personal responsibility. Waste is personal, right? I generate waste, you generate waste, this institution generates waste. So it is very personal, and it is your footprint, right? You cannot expect a system or the corporation by means of property tax. This is one thing I have always come across when I knock on doors. I pay taxes, especially property tax has a waste management cess, I think. So na tax pay pandren, why should I segregate waste? Let corporation take care of it. No, the taxes you pay goes for the infrastructure, for the garbage trucks, or for even biomining, right? Not to segregate your mixed waste. So these are the two barriers, and then of course there are some really soft barriers or soft excuses. Time, right? I'm too busy.
Yeah, but while we are in this topic, I want to know why awareness campaigns don't translate into long-term action, because we have a lot of beach cleanups. Kandipa collegeலயும் கூட்டி போயிருப்பாங்க. Beach cleanup பண்ணும்போது we get sacks and sacks of waste. That happens for a day, and next day if you go to beach, the same amount of waste will be there. But so why is it not happening on a long-term basis?
This is again very much applicable to us at ROCA. We are invited to a lot of sessions, especially during Environment Day or Earth Day. They all wake up and remember that we exist and that we need to do something. Sorry, I'm not blaming anyone. This is generally across India or even globally. So it just becomes a one-day session. We go do a 1-hour session. Unless there is a set of forget about eco clubs, environment clubs, even that don't help. I think if there are a bunch of professors, lecturers, and a bunch of students who actually want to see the change, the implementation doesn't happen. We just walk out of the session and then we try to keep in touch with the institution to, say, let's take it forward to an implementation level. Basic, source segregation of waste. Adukapram, we can look at actually putting infrastructure in place. So I think an inherent interest from the institution itself is missing. Yeah, that's what I feel.
Yeah. So far we've been talking with Ms. Janani about individual waste. As much as it is important, is also the scale of waste generated by a person or a household is vastly different from, say, a large institution, an industry, etc. So, Mr. Nagesh, I wanted to know from an industry standpoint, what are the challenges that big companies or institutions face while implementing sustainable waste management solutions?
See, the basic point what these institutions, now we call them as bulk waste generators.
Right,
The
correct.
technical word is bulk waste generators. See, there is a compliance now, thank God. There is a zero landfill policy that has been implemented. All the software companies are doing it, and there are a lot of other companies who are actually handholding. Asirudada, Sahas, some of them, they're a brilliant job. And in fact, it's like they want a certification to ensure that all the waste that they generate is not getting into the dump yards or the landfills, which is a brilliant phenomenon. And I think there is a kind of awareness coming into all the hotels itself as well, where the organic waste, see, it is very important for us to understand that when we think of organic waste versus plastic waste, the general perception that the plastic waste is the most hazardous, which is not, right? It's actually the organic waste which is the biggest culprit. It's the easiest to manage, but we neglect it by contaminating it with the plastic waste. And now it's contaminated, it's gone. The only thing that you can do is probably hand segregate, which is hazardous, which is not feasible, and then you get it into the dump yard. So the organic waste is the easiest to manage. It is actually giving you revenue. You can convert them into biogas, simply something like gobar gas. And see, the point is, I love the way Savita is handling it, because they have a sustainability division. Right? If every organization, like they have a CXO or like a CEO or a CFO, they also need to have a chief waste manager, right? In fact, BBMP also has a commissioner of waste management, right? So he is a Indian Anti-Static Services officer, because it's complicated. In fact, I would also recommend that there should be some kind of a waste ministry. Invariably, it is coming under the Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs, but it is not so. I think waste management in India has become very complicated, and if there is no one-point solution, you can't take out the indoor model and put it in Chennai. It's worked very well in Indore. It's brilliant. You walk in Indore, you'll feel like you're in on cloud nine. You're not seeing any waste. People are so aware, and they have a behavioral change. And not only that, they have it themselves. They try to implement that on you as well. If you are a tourist coming in, having some food and a chat, they have 3 bins there. Even a chat selling person also has 3 bins, and he's trying to implement. The point is that if you have a waste manager or a chief waste officer and a sustainability officer in every institution, it does wonders. In fact, the compliance is that we are on the right path. If this is curbed and our RDF is produced, the recyclables are recycled, the organic waste is converted into gas, thus reducing dependence on LPG, will solve the problem, right? And if you ask about perspectives of private companies like us doing, work on the field, it's compliances, right? There is no level playing field in the market today. The reason why large waste management companies are not coming to India is because there is no level playing field. There is, I would not say absence of compliance, but then compliance itself is very easy to manage. So you can just make shortcuts, right? And be in this industry. The minute you bring and make the compliance to that level, now look at hazardous waste, look at biomedical waste, it's very, very regulated. You can't do shortcuts. You can't have your own perception. It's very clear. If you're on hazardous waste, you're on biomedical waste, and thank God for the Indian government that hazardous waste is not coming into the landfills, right? You will not see hazardous waste, or for that matter, biomedical waste coming into the landfills. That's because the regulations were very strict. The regulations are strict, it's implemented, right? It's all up to us, because you can't just say pollution control group to handle it. What are you doing as an institution? So that's how.
Since you spoke about implementation, I wanted to ask, you mentioned that your company was set up in 2016, which means it's a decade now. So in the last 10 years, what are some technological advancements that have made it easier for waste management companies to?
One thing we have to understand that we are trying to move away from manpower-based systems, right? Okay. but there are problems associated with that. You can bring in AI, like for example, in the landfill management, landfill and fire, we call it husband and wife, they coexist, right? It cannot be that I'll make a landfill or a dump site without fire. It is invariably going to happen because these are all uncontrolled, haphazardly dumped waste. But there are systems like AI monitored cameras being set up in the dump site because you understand where the methane generation is there, where there is a huge methane thing happening, and where the fire could occur. So there are a lot of advancement that we have done. We have our own R&D team. We're trying to automize the maximum amount of waste segregation on the field. If you could look and come to our sites, you could see that this one line of ours is about 1.5 acres. It's huge, right? And then we've tried to stop manpower being working because it's not good for them, right? One. Number two is, it's surprising that local people don't come to work in the dumps, right? Because I don't know. We'll have to bring people as far as from Odisha or Bihar to come and clean Chennai's waste, right? It's not feasible, viable. It's not good, right? So what we're trying to do is we continuously automate. We have suction systems now. We have blowing systems now to actually segregate waste based on size and weight, density. We have magnets to remove iron particles, so it's on properties. So the automation is there. We can go to another level, but the problem is that we are not in a controlled environment, right? If you set up in robots, they are not dust free. You can't go into robots. Robots could be done in a very closed environment if you have a material recovery facility of that kind. You have certain challenges, but we have been improving over the last 10 years. You see that we started with 200 tons per day. We're doing 200 tons per hour now. So that's how scale is going on. So it's on the right track.
Thanks, sir. So, Mr. Arvind, what role is technology playing in e-waste? But before that, I just wanted to ask students, how do you guys dispose of laptops or remote, charger, old mobile phone? How do you guys dispose of it? எங்க எடுத்துட்டு போய் கொடுப்பீங்க? ஓகே, பட் கீழே போடணும்னா லேப்டாப் யூஸே பண்ண முடியாது, ஃபோன் உடஞ்சி போச்சு, இப்போ கீழே போட்டு தான் ஆகணும். அப்போ எங்கே கொடுப்பீங்க, எங்கே போடுவீங்க?
To our site, we dismantle it, then we segregate it. We provide them details of how it is getting disposed. If it's shredding, provide them a video of the shredding to enable traceability, and we also give them the pollution control board rules mandate us to give us a form 6. So we do a form 6 for them, and we give it to them as tonnage.
So you shred the laptops?
We shred the laptops.
Okay.
And we do metal extraction of whatever is there inside, and then it goes into precious metal extraction of whatever is processed.
What do you do with the remains of the laptop?
It goes, like plastic goes for recycling plastics. We again sell it to automobile manufacturers who use these plastics to actually take it, and they do a of 30 to 70%, and then get it recycled back into the circular economy. So these are some of the ways which we enable transparency into the system, thus creating a track record for what happens to devices. Doing it into the B2C market is a tough job because nobody is going to pay for getting the devices destroyed. But what they don't understand is, you give a mobile to your mobile repair wala, and he charges you 500 to pick it up because it's not going to work. He takes the data from your devices and sells it over. So my advice is, either drill a hole in your mobile and then dispose of it.
That's, right. I think something that you all should note.
Same for laptops, same for desktops. Whatever stores data, even if you're not going, try to hand it over to the formal sector and not to the informal sector. And even if you're handing it over to the informal sector, please drill a hole into it and then you give it out.
Thanks, sir. Sir, அசோக் சார், நீங்கள் நிறைய சொல்லியிருந்தீங்க என்ன மாதிரி இனிஷியேட்டிவ்ஸ்லாம் பண்ணுறோம், பட் அந்த ஒரு கேப் இருக்குங்க. ஸோ இப்போ நெக்ஸ்ட் ஃபியூ இயர்ஸில் சில பாலிசி ஆர் கவர்னன்ஸ் ஷிப்ஸ் வரணும் டு டேக் தீஸ் research or campaigns into actual real world implementation. What do you think these policy shifts should be?
You're asking the question from university perspective or?
யூனிவர்சிட்டியில் நீங்கள் ஒர்க் பண்ண எக்ஸ்பீரியன்ஸில் கவர்மெண்ட் பாலிசிஸில் ஏதாவது சேஞ்ச் வரணுமா, இப்போ இருக்கிற பாலிசி இல்லாமல் புதுசாக ஏதாவது வரணுமா, டு சார்ட் ஆஃப் டேக் தீஸ் சொல்யூஷன்ஸ் அண்ட் ஐடியாஸ் தட் யூர் பிரிங்கிங் இன்டு ஆக்ஷன்?
Yeah, it's good, ma'am. The thing is, again, come to the first, the segregation, because we don't have, even though we have a government frame certain policies and regulations, so do we think that we are following that one? No, isn't it? So, policy, if we want to make it like success, So we need to, like for example, if somebody is doing the waste generation, so we need to appreciate and give some reward, isn't it? And this kind of activity also initiate like like more technology, and also like the penalty should be there. Even I wonder, I've seen like last 2 years. I've visited from Mahabalipuram to like end of this places. Wherever you go, and you can see lot of even I specifically speak about the how they are eating the garbage. Even 2 times I discussed this matter with Minister of Consumer Affairs. They conduct a lot of meetings in Accor International Hotels. And why I worry? Because we must care about they simply the cattle, owner, they simply sending the cattle outside and they're taking the garbage as a food. And today, as per the data, so 30% of cows, die because of this garbage. And mostly 89 or 100% of milk is contaminated with pollution. And for this, why this happening? Because we don't have certain regulations, isn't it? And we need to find the person who sending the cows and all. And other, this is one thing. And other technology like AI technology based like segregation and other things and all, we need to implement. In our university, we have a very good waste management center. So you see, as I said, no, we have enough in Savita. We are collecting all the organic waste, particularly food waste, and we transform the food waste into biogas. We have wonderful unit in both campus for transforming the food waste into biogas. And also our researcher now doing like production of bioplastic from food waste. So this is also one of the advanced technology we are following. And regarding the waste water also, we have enough facility to treat waste water with the help of microalgae. So we are doing in this right path, and maybe this policy must be strengthened properly.
Yeah.
Yes.
Sure, sure. Please go ahead.
No.
So one more thing to add is, for a long time we've done the soft pedaling, and I think it is time to, start penalizing, to start with the bulk waste generators like hotels, institutions, which is already happening, but also come to residential levels, because we have struggled and we are struggling a lot to achieve 100% segregation because there's no penalization in place. So yeah, that
It's
is
like
one.
how if you skip a signal now, a challan directly comes to your.
Correct. Yeah.
Something
Why
like
not for waste too?
I have seen day-to-day life, man. One person will come, from municipality, and we are doing, waste, segregation from our, from house itself. And when we give to the fellow, what he do is that he simply mix up everything. That he is not having like a proper, education or because the leaders, those who are, like in waste management, they are not properly advising them to collect or do this one, or else they are, if they are doing like mistakes, there is no penalties, isn't it? So this is the thing that we don't have like a proper segregation, policy and penalty and rewards. So if this strengthen, no, definitely in future it will be very nice.
I think along with penalties, maybe some economic incentives also to, people if they manage waste better, some sort of like buyback policy or some incentives to help them encourage do
Yes,
it
ma'am.
in a
In
sustainable
our
manner.
college in Savita, we advise that those who are like warriors of green warriors. Every month we thought of giving awards. Those who are good in waste collection, segregation, and all, and we will find out the person, and we are going to give the award. So like this setup we are making in our Savita Institute, so that in ground level itself, we know we need to make it clear. So like this we have to implement in society level or government initiatives.
Yeah, that sounds like a great
Yes.
initiative. So do you want to add something?
So what we've done regarding e-waste as an incentive scheme last year was we tied up with the lifestyle group.
Okay,
So
the lifestyle clothing shop.
Clothing shop.
Okay.
So we tied up with them, and they have a fund regarding this.
Mm.
So what we did was anybody who used to give us e-waste, we used to get coupons for discount or redemption in lifestyle. So this
Is this only for corporates or for individuals?
for normal people, but it's usually for high-rise buildings where collection is much
Okay.
easier. We can do it in a call. We can plan
Yeah,
it.
that sounds like a plan too. Yeah, we have so much more to discuss, but we're extremely short of time, so I'll have to close the panel now. Sir, do you want to add one last?
Yes, another one important point is, ma'am, that decentralization process, this, fails.
Yeah, I wanted to speak
Yeah.
about that. But
Yeah, because, one thing, everything is centralized process, isn't it? If I want to collect the garbage and I need to take for far away, I think ma'am also is specialist in that. And we have to travel for 10 kilometers or 20 kilometers. On the way, everything will vanish, nothing will happen. So we have to implement the technology like a process, like a decentralization. So for example, if an institution or corporate, they have their own responsibility to collect the waste and they need to convert the waste into wealth. If this kind of, decentralization process, happens, so definitely this waste management system also will, use hand up. Ma'am.
yeah, perhaps
Yes.
every corporation zone can have a system where the waste collected then and there can be processed.
And also another important point is interdisciplinary research. Because for example, coming to the waste management, if anyone is collecting waste management, the people will think, oh, this fellow is only allocated for waste management. And for example, medical or engineers or social workers, they don't, like a hierarchy level, they don't bother. So we have to mix up all the interdiscipline. For example, waste management economists must be there, or medical doctors will be there, or like scientists. So like these kind of, if we focus on these aspects, definitely this waste management also, in future goes up properly.
Thank you. Thank you,
Yes,
sir,
ma'am.
for that. Yeah, we are short of time, as I mentioned. Waste is not a distant problem, as the panelists mentioned. It's also a personal problem, and I think everyone has a part to play. So with that, I'm going to open the floor to questions. Any questions you might have to any of our panelists? Yes, please.
Tirupur Municipal Corporation dumped 2010 to 2021 and 2024. There is a TDS 1,20,000. So it's possible anything. The report was given TNPCB.
Sir, ரொம்ப நல்ல கேள்வி, முக்கியமான கேள்வி, but I think it's slightly outside the purview of all of us here.
Okay, only thing, waste to health development index. I given some micro level plan to High Court. Any idea?
Sir, do you know Oliram Road group in Tirupur? Because Agni Chinnaswamy is the man who is handling this one. And we had a very good discussion with him, and his aim is to clean up the E-road clean from garbage from E-road and Tirupur, it seems. So like this, there are so many concerned group NGO group also working, sir, and even on behalf of Savita, we published more. As I told you earlier, we published more than 10-20 articles regarding Tirupur, ma'am, in newspaper, particularly in newspaper, Dinatandi, Dinamalar, or Hindu, whatever it may. And we create awareness, particularly in the Nallar, isn't it, sir? So I've seen my article, I don't know. So in Nallar, on behalf of Savita, we conduct every month environmental awareness campaign. We publish the data in public domain, ma'am. So for this, maybe I can connect with you, sir, and we can jointly work together with this process.
Issue.
Yes, sir.
That I addressed waste to health development index.
Yeah. Can you
So-
keep your question a little brief, because if there's someone else we need to.
That is very important for your saying.
Yeah.
And also, nobody interested to come in this field for present because segregation process.
Yes, sir, definitely. But in reality, sir, in this scenario, waste is the only resource in the world you can convert into money, or you can convert into job, or you can convert to any kind of resource. So that even many companies now they are focusing on how to process the waste into wealth. So many companies are working, sir. You can also connect and. Definitely, sir. Why not? Yes, sir. No, sir, it is economical. For example, if I want to make a bioplastic from food waste, so it is because we in our center in waste management, Savita University, we proved that it is economical. So we have to go like a circular economic perspective. For example, if it is a biomass, you are focusing on only one product, it is not economical. So you need to go for like multi-level product in that circular economic perspective. Definitely, sir. Yes, sir. Sir, in reality, we don't have the capability of questioning. For example, if you have any like problem with any hotel or any like waste segregation, whatever, we are not ready to question them, isn't it? We are, we don't care about what is happening. So this is also.
Sir, if I can kindly ask you to take it outside, because lucky for you, Ashok sir inge da irpare, Savita leda. You can reach out to him anytime. So sorry, time is not in our favor. That's all. Yes, please.
So, waste to wealth, right? Personally, and I am not speaking for my company. According to me, waste to wealth is a myth, right? The reason I will tell you is if there was a waste to wealth, first of all, you wouldn't have seen these dump yards, right? All the Adanis, Ambanis would have been sitting in the dump yards clearing the waste, right? A simple example is if you're going to Singapore, I'm sure everybody would have gone. You understand that even for the sewage, you pay based on the quantity of sewage that you generate, right? You pay. It's time that Indian citizen realize that public health is not free of cost, right? So, like ma'am was saying, once you dump the waste or take the waste out of your house, it doesn't end your responsibility, right? The only way the Indians could realize, I am also an Indian, but I'll have to tell this with my own experience. The only way the Indians would realize what they are doing wrong is when it pinches their pocket, right? Just by putting a waste, waste management cess wouldn't help, right? It has to pinch their pockets very badly, right? The way, because look at the sewage treatment plant industry today. It's heavily subsidized. It cannot work by itself. It's heavily subsidized. If you are opening a hotel which has 24 rooms, you are supposed to recycle your water. And that recycled water should be used in your flush. It's not cheap, but it's mandated, right? If you are having a hotel, it's mandated. So that pinches your pocket, and that's why you would see in the hotel rooms they recommend you not to wash your laundry every day because they realize that they have to recycle the water, right? So I would suggest that waste to wealth will work when there is a good door-to-door collection system, because once it get mixed, it loses its health. When we started our biomining operations in Kumbakonam, right, we segregated the waste into 24 different items. You can check my YouTube video, 24 different items, including pen tops, pen, refill, everything. And then 6 months down the line, we realized that none of them are getting sold, right? Even we had 7 types of glass, but the glass trader says, sir, I want you to clear the glass, wash the glass. I want the alcohol bottles different. I want the milk bottles different. I want the car glass different. I want. It doesn't matter. It doesn't work that way, right? The point is the scale that at which India is generating. We are generating what 1.8 lakh tons of waste every day. You blink your eyes, there is 1,000 tons of waste that's generated. It's impossible. None of the concepts work if it's not scalable in India. We're not living in Finland. We're not living in any Nordic countries where we can afford to have built infrastructure and there's government which is subsidizing. No. If your concept has to work, it has to be scalable. Waste to wealth is possible only when it is door-to-door collected and it's segregated at the point. The Tirupur situation, every day you see in the newspaper, it is all because there is no behavioral change among the citizens. The citizens are supposed to be blamed the similar way that the corporation is supposed to be blamed, right? So it has to be a revolution. It has to be understood. Who will blink the eye first is the point. Tirupur Corporation, I've been following up. We were also called. It's taking a lot of steps to build the infrastructure to clear the waste, to segregate the waste. It is started, right? It's only that we could see Tirupur because the situation has gone beyond the control because the people started raising voices and there was no land. But it's a good situation, good way. Oliram Erode has done fantastic job in clearing the, the canals with waste and everything. But still things are happening. But answering your question, waste to wealth, once it in the dump site, it's a myth. It doesn't work. I'm a live example. I can talk 1 hour against this, right?
We all can, I think.
Another important point is that behavior was sir and ma'am speaking about the behavioral change, sir. Because individual has to create our own responsibility on the waste, until or unless if we are not following an individual single person, it is not at all possible, isn't it? So this is very important. Yeah. So each and every individual must focus and on this aspect. Otherwise, group or a company or nothing will happen. Still, the process will remain the same. So individual responsibility is the most important. Yes.
Thanks, sir. Thank you for the point. With that, I think we'll close the panel. Thank you
Thank
for
you,
your
ma'am.
wonderful insights, and thank you for listening patiently.
Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to extend our heartfelt gratitude to our moderator and to our panelists for such a compelling session. You have brilliantly illustrated how the synergy between the academic research, the industrial innovation, and the community action is the way forward for waste management. It is clear that while technology provides the tools, it is our collective behavior that drives the lasting change. And on that note, I would request Mr. Shafiqur Rahman from the Hindu team to kindly come forward and to felicitate our moderator and our panelists. He is the General Manager, Events and Activation, the Hindu. And on behalf of Savita Institute, I request Ms. Shrija Varghese to kindly come up on the stage, the registrar from CIMAX, and Dr. Dhanraj Ganapati, Dean of Sustainability, CIMAX. Thank you very much, a panelist and a moderator. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time to move into or dive deeper into the next challenge that we all are facing with, and that is water management. The next topic for discussion, the next panel discussion is recycling, recharging, restoring, the new imperatives for water management. Water sustainability lies at the heart of climate resilience, urban planning, and public well-being. It is my pleasure to introduce a panel that brings together governance, engineering, industry, and innovation. We begin by welcoming Dr. Vidya, Professor and Head, Department of Civil Engineering, SIMAT. With over 2 decades of experience in engineering education and research, Dr. Vidya is a respected academic leader whose work spans civil engineering, structural dynamics, and sedimentation studies. Her leadership continues to strengthen the integration of advanced research, teaching excellence, and real-world application. Welcome to the panel. We are honored to welcome Mr. Gaurav Kumar, IAS. He is the Executive Director, Chennai Metropolitan Water Supply and Sewage Board. As a young administrator with strong grassroots experience, Mr. Kumar plays a critical role in managing water and sewage services for one of India's largest metropolitan region. His presence brings an essential governance and policy perspective to today's discussion. Thank you for joining us in this panel, sir. Joining the panel is Dr. Bhimaraj Shaktivel. And there he is. Director, Stonehands Project and Consultancy. A leading expert in hydrology and water resources engineering, Dr. Shaktivel is widely recognized for his work in urban flood management, river restoration, and climate-resilient infrastructure. His projects, supported by global institutions, highlight the importance of science-led solutions in addressing water challenges. Welcome, sir. Welcome to the panel. Yes, a round of applause sounds good at this moment. We also welcome Mr. Sailesh Kumar, CEO, India Cluster, Tech Wabag Limited. With over 3 decades of leadership across large-scale infrastructure and EPC projects, Mr. Kumar brings in valuable industry insights into sustainable water and wastewater solutions. His work continues to drive innovation and operational excellence in one of the world's leading water technology companies. Welcome to the panel, sir. And moderating this session is Ms. Lakshmi K, Deputy Editor, The Hindu. Can we have the moderator here? Over to you.
Am I audible? Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to today's panel discussion on recycling, recharging, restoring, the new imperatives for water management. Water stress, as you know, is no longer a distant risk, but a daily reality that is being intensified by climate change, rapid urbanization, and groundwater depletion. While traditional approaches like more reservoirs, dams remain important, there is a growing need for strategies that ensure long-term water security and resilience. The people are recharge, recycle, restore are no longer policy choices, but critical imperatives. Today's discussion will explore on how these approaches can translate into effective action on ground. It's my pleasure to once again welcome our esteemed panelists to this discussion. Welcome again. To start with...
Can I interrupt for a second, please? Thank you. Dear friends, we request you all to kindly maintain silence. This session is going to be very insightful, it's going to be informative, and we request you all to kindly maintain silence. Only then it's going to be audible. Thank you.
Thank you. So to start with, I would like to ask Mr. Gaurav Kumar my first question. So as you know, climate change has intensified both floods and droughts. Chennai has traditionally relied on reservoirs, interbasin transfers, and now desalination to sustain drinking water supply. How do you think can the idea of circular water economy reshape urban water management for a city like Chennai?
Good afternoon all, first of all. Before coming to the question, I would like to shed a little bit of light on what the situation is as of now. Chennai area is actually 426 square kilometer in area, and it inhabits some 90 lakh people. Population is around 89 point something. So for that, we are supplying 1,313 mld of water daily as of now, which includes fresh water and treated water as well. Your question pertains to treated water. So treated water as of now is 83 mld, which we are able to supply. Installed capacity is more than that. So coming to circular economy. See, it is against the linear approach, which is like you take, make, and you waste. It is against that. So here, tertiary treated water comes into the picture. For everybody here, I'd like to say what I'd like to explain. I would like to shed a little bit of light on what is tertiary treated water. See, the grey water which we take away, the sewage which goes out, goes to sewage treatment plant. That is STP, as we know. From there, we treat it. First time it is treated, it forms secondary treated water. So what we have done in Metro Water as we call CMWSSB, Chennai Metropolitan Water Supply and Sewerage Board in short, Metro Water. So what Metro Water has done, they have put TTUF and TTRO, tertiary treated ultrafiltration and tertiary treated reversed osmosis. Both ends up giving very clean and clear water. Technologies differ a little bit. One goes by RO, one goes through ultrafiltration. So coming to your question, these are two technologies which I would like to introduce here in this session, which are going to help us. And wherein, like one of the panelists before this question also, before this panel also, panel one, he rightly told that general public will also have to be a part and parcel of this procedure of being moving towards the sustainable future. That is from me.
Thank you, sir. Moving on to Mr. Shaktivel. So from your experience in working for various municipal urban projects, how effective are use of solutions like eco-block pavements and sponge parks to capture and store rainwater and turn them into reliable resource? Could you explain, sir?
Yeah, thank you so much. I think to start from our Executive Director, Metro Water, I think sir has very rightly explained. This Chennai city's area is almost 426 square kilometers. That forms only the Greater Chennai Corporation area. Whereas there is another area called Chennai Metropolitan Development Authority area called CMDA area, which is around 1,126 square kilometers. Now, the Chennai Metropolitan Area, CMA, is going to expand to another 5,000 square kilometers. That is what the announcement has already come. That's number one. Number two, we all know, we are all faced very recently passed on the northeast monsoon season. There are different seasons, rainfall seasons here in Chennai. So, if you look at the statistics, we are all following all the weather models and weather phenomena, weatherman, Tamil Nadu weatherman, everybody, we are all following it up now. Chennai receives an average of 1,250 millimeters of rainfall and an average in a year. So if you multiply this 1,350 millimeters, multiply with 426 square kilometers and 1,126 square kilometers, you will get an average of almost 50 to 65 TMC of water. Chennai requires every day, I think every month, we have got 1 TMC of water every month. Am I right, sir? 1 TMC of water every month. So we need annual requirement is 12 TMC of water, whereas in an average rainfall year, minimum we are getting 50 to 60 TMC of water from the rainfall itself. And daily average sewerage generation is, if you calculate from 1,300, 1,400 MLD being supplied by Metro Water, around 1,000 MLD of sewage which is coming out. If we treat it, you can see that the treated water, how much quantum is available for readily as reuse with the latest advanced technologies like TTUF, TTRO. So this is what the availability is there. But still, Chennai is called as a water stressed area. That is even today also. We are water stressed region because of the variability in the rainfall patterns. Even we could have faced 3 or 4 flood years, 2015 years, this entire area would have been submerged. 2023, we have faced another flood year. Now, we are all, how much water we are conserving every day whenever there is a rainfall? That's the question. Now, coming to the recharge. So, the way we have to address this issue, the number one is the climate change, because the climate change, either we receive floods or at the same time we can receive droughts also. So now the water which we have to receive from the rainfall as runoff water, everyone has the responsibility to store in our even houses, number one. So we all think it is the government responsibility to manage the entire runoff water received from the rainfall. It is not. That is where the public participation is coming out. So the mantra hereafter has to be, whatever I receive in my rooftop area, which I have to keep it, not to flush it out to the road, and finally it comes to your stormwater drains. So again, now we are changing, being a hydrologist, being a civil engineer, I don't now advocate for pushing the water out to the sea. Instead, I wanted to conserve the water either to the underground recharge tanks, and wherever the open areas are available, wherever we have got parks, we have got playgrounds, we have got all the open areas where we can create underground storages. So that is how we have to recharge the groundwater, so that we can use this water for recycling it, recharging the groundwater aquifer. That is the way the sustainable approach has to be there. So that is what the new solutions which we wanted to now bring it. I want to just, can you show a small video of 1 minute video so that people can understand what is how we are recharging the groundwater with a kind of small innovation. See, whatever the plastics which you are throwing on the roads everywhere, when the previous session was talking about 500 almost 5,000 metric tons of waste the city is generating every day. We are talking about bio-mining. We are talking about all the other solutions, but we have used those waste which are generated from the urban areas. We are recycling it, making it as a solution of rainwater harvesting. That is now the Chennai is pioneer for the whole India. Even Government of India has appreciated it, and the solutions which we have brought to Chennai, which is now being implemented whole Indian cities. That is where it is helping for groundwater recharge. At the same time, it is also help in reducing the urban floods. So if you permit us, we can show a small video. We can see that one minute.
Chennai gets over 1,400 millimeters of rain annually, mostly during the northeast monsoon, yet much of it floods streets and disappears. At Venkatnarayana Playground in T. Nagar, the Greater Chennai Corporation and Stone Hands are changing that, installing an underground rainwater recharge system using eco-block technology. The process begins with careful excavation. Each trench is mapped based on soil type, space, and recharge potential, ensuring maximum efficiency. We begin with a layer of 20mm stone aggregate. This creates a stable, permeable foundation to support infiltration. Debris, and clogging particles. The core system uses Stone Hands Eco-Block, modular high-strength units that store large volumes of rainwater underground and slowly recharge it into the soil. Each unit interlocks with the next, forming a strong grid that fits the trench. Once assembled, the entire system is wrapped again in geotextile, sealed, and safely backfilled with stone aggregates and fine sand, disappearing beneath the surface, yet working year-round. This project is a step toward a water-positive Chennai, a future where rain is not wasted, but wisely stored, recharged, and reused, one block, one city at a time.
completed project. Anybody wants to visit T Nagar, you can go and see this. This is being used as a playground, just near to our TTD Venkatnarana, Tirupati temple. So from this, we can store 500 cubic meters. That means 5 lakh liters of water just below this, wherein on top of it, you can start playing it. So the water which comes from that urban catchment, it is drained towards here. The entire water gets recharged. So you can see that how the flood mitigation is also happening, flood management is also happening. At the same time, we are recharging the groundwater aquifer. Through this, Chennai is every rainfall, 25 crores liters of water is being harvested through our solutions. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for the wonderful insights and visual explanations, sir. Moving on to Mr. Sailesh Kumar. Sir, your solutions span from wastewater treatment, industrial water reclamation to zero liquid discharge. For a city like Chennai, which of the interventions do you think can effectively close the urban water loop?
Water problem can be solved by three aspects. One is reduction in water consumption. We reduce the water consumption. And second part is reuse, that all we have been talking about, and recycle. In terms of reuse, that is what we have been emphasizing about. All these solutions, what we are talking, ZLD, tertiary treatment, wastewater treatment, all are directed towards reuse, which is going to find a solution towards the water problem that generally all cities have, and also for Chennai. As Mr. Gaurav said, 1,300 ml is the water requirement for the Chennai, and industrial consumption itself is around 330 ml. Just imagine if we can give this industry complete recycled water, this would reduce the burden of fresh water consumption by around 30%. And today what we have is around 80 ml being supplied, as Mr. Gaurav said, for TTRO water, which is being supplied to industry, though capacity is higher. So we have that in capacity, but with this solution, industrial recycling can happen with the used water, and that will reduce the water demand. Coming to this technology, what you talked about, bigger industries like Chennai CPCL, they are using the tertiary treated water within themselves. Many industries are going for ZLD. Those are affordability issue also for bigger industries they can do. But for rest of the cluster of the industry, this municipal water can, or even the industrial waste can be tapped and recycled and given. So one of it is not the solution. All in combination, what you said, is the solution towards the water problem.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Over to Dr. Vidya. Ma'am, as an academician, how do you see the role of universities in advancing the ideas of recycle and restore in urban water management beyond campuses? Can educational campuses become living laboratories for sustainable water practices that cities can emulate?
Thank you for the question, and it gives me immense pleasure to be a part of this great panel discussion, and I owe my thanks to both the Hindu group and the Savita University. Coming to your question, as an academician, yes, of course. If you take, for instance, the engineering campus, that's a living example of how, it acts as a living laboratory. That's a great example of a living laboratory. So what happens is, an engineering campus consumes daily, they generate wastewater, they store water, right? So these are the ways in which, an engineering campus, for instance, can act as a living laboratory. And to be honest, university can act as, beyond the campus. They can provide a lot of insights for the students and the community, because, universities are no longer just centers of learning nowadays. They're not just a student goes in, learns, and comes out, but it's rather a way of living, a center of excellence, because the university by itself, and it is a replica of the city, wherein I said we generate wastewater, we recycle, we use the recycled water for gardening, we use the sludge that's coming out of the treatment for farming, so it's sort of a very close replica of the city, and especially in cities like Chennai. When you try and involve the student community, deliver them with good knowledge, design, concepts, it is possible for us to actually give them a good learning platform. I would just like to quote one example. We started way back in the year 2010, 2011. That's the academic year. The Department of Civil Engineering started, and after 3 to 4 years, we started thinking of this STP as a concept. We started designing STP, the sewage treatment plant, with an initial capacity of 0.5 MLD. And to be very frank, you must actually, rely upon the fact that we involved students and the faculty that are teaching these concepts for designing the STP to go and have a look at the design, implementation part, construction part. We started off as 0.5 mlg, and now it has become a massive 5 mlg.
Additional queries. So this is the data which is going to help us in making more informed decision. Where is the leakage happening? How much sewerage are we generating? Do we have to increase the capacity again? It is going to help us in decision making. Number two, we have recently, in fact, it really helped us northeast monsoon. I'll give you an example. We used to get many complaints from the local politicians as well, councillors as well, saying that சரியான மழை காலத்துல பம்பிங் ஸ்டேஷன் ஓடல அப்படின்னு சொல்லியிருப்பாங்க. In fact, I myself faced the fury in one of the meetings. So we ended up placing ultrasonic meters, IoT enabled, in 330 of our SPS, sewerage pumping station. Okay, for your knowledge, I don't know whether you people will be knowing it or not. Once the sewerage goes, we take out the sewerage through various sewerage pumping stations. Ultimately, it lends to STP where it gets treated. So SPS are the checkpoints wherein we use the infrastructure to pump it towards the STP. So that is SPS. So there we have well wherein the sewerage gets collected. So now we have installed ultrasonic meters to get to know what is the level. I can right now, my phone is with my way. We have an app, we are monitoring it through an app. What is the level? If it is going to increase, why it has increased? Is there any issue with pumping? Has somebody been illegally injecting the sewerage? So there is this. Along with that, we have automated DG maintenance and DG on and off system, wherein the human intervention is not at all needed. Current போயிடுச்சுனா டக்குன 5 நிமிஷம் 5 செகண்ட் 10 செகண்ட் குள்ள ஆன் ஆயிடும். Number 2. Number 3, for SPS only, we have put order control. The smell which comes around the sewerage gets accumulated is hydrogen sulfide. So we are in process of installing odor control system in all the SPSs. We have initiated already. It has already been installed in area 6, Kollatur side. We are in the process and we have automated it. What is it going to do? It is going to again generate data. We are going to analyze the data and then we are going to plan further. Apart from that, we have come up with GIS, Geographical Interface System. This helps us in planning as well. Well, let us say EB is going to go ahead and going to lay a new high tension line underground. They will go there and straight away they go and they start to dig. They will cut n number of our lines. That is very pure practical example of how that GIS is going to help us. We have tagged each and every, I think some 7 lakh machine holes we have tagged. Each and every machine hole has an ID. It is tagged. Each and every line which is going underground, we have tagged it. It is properly visible in GIS. So I hope I am not missing any point in the question.
No, sir, you have answered almost all the points. Thank you, sir. Moving on to Shaktivel, sir. Picking up from where we left, traditional dams often just move water from one place to another. Could you explain how adopting sustainable drainage systems can change the urban landscapes?
Thank you so much. I always start when we look at it as an entire catchment from Tirukural and Thiruvalluvar. மணிநீரும் மண்ணும் அணிநிலர் காடும் உடையது அரண். இது எல்லாருக்குமே தெரியும். மணி நீர், பியூர் வாட்டர், மணி போன்ற நீர். மண்ணும் அதுக்கு தேவையான அகலமான நிலம். அணிநிலர் காடும், நிழல் தரக்கூடிய மலைகளுடன் கூடிய காடும் இருந்தால் தான் நமக்கு அரண். ஸோ அந்த அரண், now it comes with the climate. Once we change the entire climate, the entire barrier is getting destroyed and we are not in a safe place. That is the meaning which has been told several centuries ago by our great leaders. Now, the question is very simple. From converting from our traditional systems of water management, either where we are sitting in the upstream of Chennai basin, where you are supplying water to the city, Chembrambakam catchment, where we are sitting here, it's a catchment from Chembrambakam, sandwiched between Nemam tank and Chembrambakam tank. I think all the students of this university will have to go and see your complete catchment and understand how the traditional water resources management happening in this place. Even the upstream Nemam tank, even now the farmers are putting 3 crops in a year. That is what is happening now, but it is getting urbanized now. So now when I come to the second slide, if you see that from the traditional water management, we are now going to the decentralized approach of water resources management. Either it's a stormwater management or a drinking water management. We are converting because Tamil Nadu is the number 1 urbanized state in the whole India. Second, the areas which were permeable earlier, now we are making it as impermeable areas, surfaces. So impermeability of the surface getting increased to the tune of 80 to 90%. Now, that is why the concept which I have introduced in 2021 for the Chennai city, creation of this entire Chennai city as sponge city or sponge city, wherever you get rainfall, store it, recharge it, and delay the runoff, creating more and more permeable spaces, creating more and more underground sewerage, underground retention facilities or detention facilities for detaining the water for some time to the larger time, trying to recharge the aquifer and manage the entire runoff which comes within a shortest time. Nowadays, the rainfall intensity is very high. Even within an hour, we are getting 100 millimeters of rainfall within 1 hour time. So that is why most of the cities are getting flooded or inundated, we can say. So these are all 2 words. So that is why the concept of a sponge city concept we have introduced across the entire city of Chennai. Wherever the land is available, even underground, below the road, the stormwater drains are also becoming a kind of permeable storage structures. We introduced the concept of storage in the stormwater drain itself. So that is why if you could see that the entire concept of sustainable urban development solutions and also the urban sensitive, water sensitive urban design concepts have been introduced now. We don't now recognize or even we don't even recommend concrete based stormwater drains. Hence, we have alternative green solutions where you can try to reduce the runoff, recharge wherever the rain falls. So catch the rain where it falls. So that is the kind of mantra we are incorporating in all our design of stormwater drains, implementation of stormwater drains, and that is how we are showing. We wanted to make the entire city a sponge city. So that is the way now the whole concept is now driven, being implemented in Chennai. Whole India is following now Chennai. That's the biggest achievement we should really, proud of it.
Am I audible? Yes. Thank you, sir. Moving on to Sailesh Kumar, sir. WEBAC has been dealing with large-scale municipal and industrial water desalination wastewater treatment solutions, including in Chennai. So do you see a shift in cities towards using treated wastewater beyond industrial use? How practical is it to scale this water for everyday urban users, sir?
We talked about industrial reuse. Non-industrial reuse I experience every day. When in my office, we are a water positive building. We do not extract any water or take water from outside. And water which is there is being recycled for domestic use, and that is what is my experience. And at the end of the day, rainwater we inject into the ground, as Dr. Saktivel was saying, and we are water positive. So that's the way what beyond industrial it can be used in terms of recycling for non-potable consumption. But interestingly, we'll be happy to know that way back in 1970, WABA did direct potable water plant, reuse plant in Namibia window, and since that day, that city's water challenge has been addressed. So there is a possibility, there are psychological barriers, we cannot just drink that water. In times to come, that situation will come. But indirect potable usage is there. Even in Chennai, we are recharging the groundwater, and with that we are using it. So that's a solution. In terms of, as the professor was saying, even in the campus, we are using for gardening and all. I had, on anecdotal terms, I had a very interesting experience. I was running, and after around, I ran a bit, 30 kilometers, I was sweating profusely, and the place where I stayed, there were water sprinklers all around, and I was looking for some water source, and it was so clean and sprinkling all around. I felt that I should go and dip my head into that sprinkler, and I learned it that it was a treated water which was there, and I experienced that. But that's the way it is getting reused. That's the thing which is popular not only in this campus, but many domestic establishments, many of those housing societies, bigger societies are using it. And only point is we need to popularize it more and more, and with this non-industrial consumption can happen. Beyond than that, of course, for construction, by regulation, by enforcement, we can use it, because for construction, for road compaction and other aspects, it should be used, because water is so precious, and genuinely we are suffering out of it, and for tomorrow's need, we need to preserve. So from that point of view, construction is one area where we can popularize more. There are some facilitations to that, but we need to be doing more on that front. So these are non-industrial uses which we can think of, and some of it is being done, and some of it can be reinforced further.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Dr. Vidya, water management becomes more climate-driven and technology-enabled. How do you think should higher education evolve to stay relevant for the next generation of water professionals?
So, there are 3-point system for this question, I would say. So first thing is integration of climate-related concepts in the curriculum. So while we design the curriculum from an academician point of view, we tend to include the latest concepts, the futuristic trends in the curriculum, and it's high time that we realize the fact that climate changes and variability are very important, and students need to learn. So we tend to design the curriculum such that we bring in a lot of climate-related concepts, design, and also would like to add in more concepts like how to handle floods, heat stress, and things like that. So that's one point wherein we inculcate the habit of integrating into curriculum. The next is it's called as digital adaptability. Having discussed already about integration of GIS, concepts or software like going in for sensor-based software, remote sensing, image processing, satellite image processing, GIS, geographical information system, all these latest AI-based analytics, all these latest software and based on AI, these must be integrated. Even if the students are not from software-based courses, that will give them a hands-on experience. And finally, the third point I would like to deliver is to give a real-world experience. So it's called as experiential learning and problem-based learning. So when you give such experiential learning to the students, they themselves will come up with more understanding of the concepts and come out with solutions for the problems that are given to them at hand. So here at SIMATS Engineering and at Savita Institute of Medical and Technical Sciences, we give as a part of the courses hands-on experience. To draw a conclusion on this, it's a three-pointed system wherein we need to bring in the climate-driven approach, bring in the software and the real-world experience to the students to address this question.
Thank you, ma'am. Before we conclude this session, I would like to ask each of the panelists, what is the one key message you would like students and young professionals to take away from today's discussion to contribute effectively to sustainable water management? I would like to start with Mr. Gaurav Kumar. So also, you would also like to talk about how critical will recycled water be in meeting cities' future demand, and then go on to your message.
As I already informed you, 1,313 MLDs what we are supplying as of now, which includes fresh water as well as treated water. 83 MLD of it is treated water. So that water is finite. It is a finite resource.
People decide to save 1 liter of water per day. We end up with 5 MLD of water, which is enough to supply per day to 7,000 families. This is just to put into perspective. So before going to recycling, you reduce. May it be power, plant more trees. So be a supportive arm of ours. We ourselves are doing our level best, we will. But the amount of change, the change that you people will be able to bring into the system is huge. If at all you decide and you decide to support us. So save more water, save more power, plant more trees, give more time. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Your message.
Hello. To continue the most respected engineering director's message, let us be responsible to user and to water and again it's all known to everyone. Neeritri amayadu ulage. So let us respect water, conserve water, and let's all become a kind of, or let's all become a climate and water warrior from today onwards. Let's join together in regeneration of water bodies. Let us protect our water bodies. Let us be responsible in the waste management. Let us be cautious. Let us create awareness to all our young minds, even to young kids. Everywhere, let us start working on it. Let us not to waste water. Let us be part of this green and as well as blue initiative. Let us make our whole environment as water positive. So we can do this by involving ourselves.
audible, sir? Sir, do you have any topographical map for entire Chennai city?
Yeah, we definitely have.
Okay, sir. Well, detailed studying that map, we can identify the low-lying areas. We may have the reducers of the different points. So we detailed study that we can have the points where the water logging is too much. That can be identified. Maybe the strong city concept was very much interesting. We can implement that in that specific location so that we can solve the issue.
Actually, that is being done in tandem with GCC and Metro Water.
Okay.
Sponge parks are being developed with their help by GCC. With their help by GCC. We are involving all the stakeholders. In fact, we have hydrogeologists as well. And in fact, the GSC which I talked about, it has 159 layers, which are both shared by Metro Water and GCC and the other line departments.
Just one short question, please. Just one.
What could be your suggestion in the short term or long term to restore or to bring back the aesthetics which it had and the legacy of that?
Thank you so very much first. And coming to your question, it is being done, like for example, yesterday itself I had a meeting. I have a project doing it's a hybrid annuity model. Home also we are doing to restore it. Many illegal connections are there, many encroachments are there. That is being done holistically. As of now, we have taken RDR as a full stretch. So for that, all the line departments have come together. Yesterday WRD was there. It comes to WRD. It is a property of WRD. Property as in it is being built by. It is their territorial jurisdiction. Metro Water is looking after all the outfall which are there. Any illegal disposal of sewerage is there. We are there to help. We have enumerated. In fact, we have quantified the sewage outfall as well, and we are plugging it as of now. Illegal encroachments are also being removed, and people are being rehabilitated somewhere else. So it is a long-term shot. ADIA HAM project will soon commence within a month. It will commence. Home also will come. It's not like B canal also we are looking at. So our part is to look after the sewerage, and the other responsible departments are also looking. It is a time-taking, fund-taking procedure, but it will definitely happen.
Thank you. I'm sorry we are running late and we may have to take questions of the dais. Thank you, sir, for your updates about the rivers of Chennai too. In conclusion, thank you to panelists for their valuable insights and to the audience for being part of this important conversation. Today's discussion reinforced that recycling, recharging and restoring our water resources is not just the responsibility of one individual or one sector, but it is a shared commitment. As we discussed, every small step that we take today will go a long way in strengthening our collective resilience. As Tamil Nadu and especially Chennai looks ahead, water security will depend on not just augmenting supply, but on rethinking how we manage, reuse and protect this critical resource. Thank you once again, and thank you, panelists, for your insights.
We would like to extend our gratitude to our moderator and panelists for a very deeply informative session. And we all know water is undoubtedly the lifeblood of our cities. And this discussion has highlighted that sustainability in this sector requires a seamless blend of policy, of engineering and of industrial innovation. And we are extremely grateful for your insights on how we can reduce, reuse and recycle this vital resource. Thank you very much. And on that note, from the Hindu team, I request Mr. Rajesh Menon, the Senior General Manager, Advertisement and Sales, The Hindu, to kindly come forward and to felicitate our panelists and our moderator.
Bravo.
And on behalf of the Savita team, can we get one? Mr. Menon, please, on stage again.
it's a topic that's very close to India's heart, I can say. The topic is how educational institutions are uniquely positioned to drive green practices across the world. Okay, gentlemen at the back, gentlemen at the back, gentlemen, hi. I know backbenchers, I was one. So if you don't mind, a few more minutes and then we'll be done. Thanks for your patience. Alright, we are a country where in the last year, in 2025, we had 4.5 crores of people who enrolled into colleges and universities. Now, just to put it in perspective, 4.5 crores means it's half of Tamil Nadu's population. Yeah, that many. Now, these institutions are not just teaching institutions, they are incubators for change. They shape young minds, all of you. They influence communities that live around them and then beyond. And, they control vast campuses that could become living laboratories for sustainability. From solar power hostels in Tamil Nadu to zero waste initiatives in Kerala. Now, educators are really leading the charge against climate challenges, just like urban heat and water scarcity. So, let us now explore why colleges and universities hold this power, this innate capability or this uniqueness in their position. What barriers they face and the actionable steps they can take to, towards green environment, towards green education as such. I'm thrilled to have as our guest Dr. Ashwani Kumar, who needs no introduction. I can see he's quite popular among all of you. So let's dive in. Dr. Kumar, let's start by asking you what kind of sustainable practices do we see us implementing here on the Savita campus?
Thank you. This is, of course, very much aligned with today's summit, if I may say so. And I'm very delighted that this is happening through Hindus, the Hindus initiative and my university's initiative. So in that sense, I really applaud and welcome all of you, and also welcome our students who are here, the faculty members from the beginning. Now, speakers after speakers, the panelists have laid great emphasis on preserving our Mother Earth. And that change that is being witnessed, which is driven by climate change and our own greed and consumption and unlimited, usage of resources, which are finite resources, limited resources, put a very strong onus on the educational system. I won't say from the colleges, from the universities, I would say that starting from even the schools, from homes, to make the newer generations responsible behaviorally and thinking in the thought process as well. It should come from homes, it should come from parents. And I believe that even in the tribal communities, if you go to tribal villages, I have served in tribal villages, I have seen them to spend life very frugally, very nice, very responsibly. And then why not we who have the opportunities to learn in the institutions, and why don't we become responsible? So therefore, the teaching comes from home, continues in the schools, and of course translates into the colleges, and university like us, which is a very high-ranking university, very renowned university, not only nationally, internationally. We believe that we have to embed every which way the sustainability in our functioning. And I will give you some examples. We don't estimates, conserving the energy, but also we have, as has been mentioned earlier, we have solar systems we have adopted, and this campus, if you take its size of the university overall, we have 13.76 lakh square meter of space. So we have utilized this space very responsibly. 60 to 70% of our area is an open area, green area. We have over 6,000 trees in this campus itself. So if you see all around, you will find greenery. That is not, we cannot hide it, so it's visible. And also, if I may quote from the facts and figures, see, as I mentioned, 2,500 solar panels on our buildings, and we are actually adding this capacity as more and more buildings are coming up. This is an evolving university. So we are generating 1,312 kilowatt of capacity every day, and 18% to 20% of our needs of electricity is met from this solar energy, which we want to double it in another 5 years. And of course, my Chancellor has already mentioned maybe add another 5 years. So 2035, we should be energy surplus as far as this is. So that's the responsibility that we have taken upon us as an institution. And when I say so, it is not in isolation at the governance level. It percolates down at the faculty level, at the students level, and I will quote examples how we are actually doing it. And we have my earlier colleague in the last panel mentioned that we have a 5 mld treatment plant, which is an automated plant, and it produces a very good quality water which can be safely used in the gardens for watering and even washing and the toilets and all that. So that we can reuse the same water. So that's another example. And then we produced last year 991 tons of waste, of which 924, roughly 93%, we actually treated. So waste was recycled. So that means in this campus itself, we have taken sustainability issues as a big responsibility, and the today's proceedings were opened by Dr. Dhanraj, who is our Dean of Sustainability Goals, Sustainable Development Goals of United Nations. We have a Dean at the campus who drives these initiatives, and we have a Center for Waste Management, which is headed by Dr. Ashok. So, and every college has a SDG committee, which is chaired by the principal of that college, or dean of that college, and students and faculty are members of that. So these are various initiatives that we have started, and we therefore in our institution we are doing it, and I believe similar responsibility should be taken up by all the institutions, because there is no choice or option. I think we have to.
Well, absolutely. That was the management's initiative, management part of it. Now, how do the students get in this scheme of things?
So, we have embedded this in curricula, our sustainability goals, in engineering, in medicine, in dentistry, and we have over 250 modules which actually directly or indirectly are related with various SDG goals, 17 goals. And we have over 20 other initiatives which actually where the students are directly involved in it. In fact, several of our research projects which are initiated at the undergraduate level, not the postgraduate, undergraduate level, we initiate in our university a research component. Several of those projects, in fact, are directly directly related with sustainable goals, and particularly engineering, even in the medicine, nanomedicine, recycling, waste recycling, how to organically make organic fertilizers out of those waste and all that. Food waste that is generated in our outlets, they are being recycled. So there also students are taking projects. So it's not only through curricula, it is also through experiential learning, that hands-on learning our students are involved in.
Well, I must say that, students are the driving force for any change. But I would like to ask a personal question. You were a scientist with ICMR, Indian Council for Medical Research, and you were a director before leaving ICMR. You were the director of a vector control research lab. How did you bring that experience? Because you worked a lot on cleanliness, sanitation, and water. How did that experience, or rather, let's put it this way, how did you bring your experience of your work and implement it here?
So, let me tell you, I had wonderful experience working with children. I will first start with that. When I was a young scientist, I wrote a book on elementary mineralogy, which had a lot of sanitation, water management, material in that. And we used to teach, wet this in the schools. We used to go and train the teachers first through Red Cross. We used to do that, Junior Red Cross and the Youth Red Cross. And so the Goa government, at that time I was working in Goa, the Goa government actually made a curriculum for the students on prevention of malaria, because malaria was a huge epidemic there. And most of those, the messages that we were giving to the students were how to make their own homes mosquito-free and water management. Water management was part of it. Very much in disposal and receiving and all that. So, from the beginning, and the results were heartening. Students, while after learning from the schools, would go and compel their parents to go and check the overhead tank, whether it is closed or not, whether overflowing of water is taking place or not, and how we are responsibly disposing the water, whether our septic tank is sealed or not. So, students started compelling their parents, and the reports that we received from the schools, because we were a scientific body, they said it has done a magical thing in the thinking of small children. So that is one. The number two, as far as my experience is concerned, what we managed the epidemic of malaria in Goa through bioenvironmental methods. And in the bioenvironmental methods, the insecticides would come at the end, last. Before that, you have to manage the environment, sanitation, and also because mosquitoes would breed in water. So we zeroed down on multiple sites where this, and also as a director of Vector Control Research Center, let me tell you, I was asked by WF to write a manual on vector control at the points of entry. Okay, so I wrote a manual which is now followed world over. That has several of these ideas of taking care of water bodies and so this is quite aligned with the sustainability.
And that's highly impressive. I think a manual that the whole world follows, a manual that has been written by your vice chancellor. I think he deserves a bit of applause. This is to control the vector of malaria. The vector is a carrier. So I know we are very familiar with mosquitoes here in Chennai.
Everybody.
Yeah. So moving to maybe we can have one more question with you, then throw the floor up for questions. And the question I'm going to ask you is, has always been the driver for change across South Asia, if you look at it historically, whether it's political change or any other kind of movement, environmental movement or whatever. For that, you need space on campuses, for safe spaces, for the students to think and express your campuses for expressing themselves and for free thinking?
Well, students express openly, and they have definitely, we have a very interesting system. Let me little bit, tweak your. We have mentor-mentee system here. Okay, so each of the mentor is given certain mentees, and they can approach directly, talk, and discuss. We have several activities, club activities, and other activities that take place in our institution. I would say we are one of the not only best performing institution in terms of education, research, and clinical services. We are also one of the happiest institution in my belief. We have several activities here. Students can express themselves in multiple ways. We have artists, we have functions where students dance, perform. We have several activities, and therefore, we would be very much happy if we can initiate sustainability clubs where students can come up with ideas how to make our environment, more greener. We can conserve energy in a more responsible manner. Our water resources in a more responsible manner. They can come up with ideas. And in fact, innovation, we are big in innovations. So our engineering students, our medical students, others can come up with several, our researchers can come up with, they are coming up actually with ideas, they are patenting their ideas also. So there, in this institution, there is no bar on expression. So they can express, they can come together, they can make a big force for sustainability, we will welcome.
And maybe just a suggestion, you have an incubation center as well. You can open up a separate fund for innovative ideas and practices. Maybe that could be a kind of a push for the students to go into this stream as well. Anyway, let's not keep them waiting anymore. Let's open up the floor for questions, sir.
Okay.
Any questions? Please raise your hands and then it will come to you. Everyone's hungry. Right? Yeah, I can see. Please go ahead, sir. Would you mind identifying yourself first?
Yes, good afternoon to all. I'm Magesh, I'm a building sustainability consultant from a company called Organ Engineers based out of Chennai. My question is being an institution, what is your commitment towards achieving net zero?
So, we are not there yet, but we are working towards that. So, we are adding first of all, it's about reducing the carbon emissions and also, taking care of, using our resources very responsibly, right? So, we are working in that direction. That's why I introduced Dr. Dhanraj. Dr. Dhanraj is the sustainability dean. He has big plans and roadmap for making our institution net zero in the times to come. That would include number of assets. It's easy said than done. We have in an evolving institution, there is the constant demand going up. But against that demand, we have to also make sure that the many initiatives are put in place to make us carbon responsible, and then eventually when we stabilize our universities, operations and all that development, then we become
already established, CMAT's already established sustainability goals. But this is like a general water quality index and environmental performance index in India. So water quality index nearly 120 rank all over out of 122 countries. And environmental performance index 180. What is the main reason we are very least performing among the world? So what is the main reason and how we solve, how we come up in the list, environmental list?
You meant to say India, right?
Yes, yes.
Yeah, as a whole.
Yes.
Would you like to take that, sir?
This is like a general thing, not this.
Yes, of course.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So definitely our country should aspire to move up the ladder. Definitely. And for a country of 1.5 billion population, crowded cities, old civilization, and this is not an easy task, of course. And of course, the crowded cities like Delhi, and they're always in the news for the bad, wrong reasons. Now we heard about Chennai, Mumbai, all of them, equally is very poor, and then water quality, of course, is not up to the mark to a great extent. Our rivers have become virtually the nalas and the drains, right? And here also we have two rivers. Okay, both the rivers are badly polluted, water hyacinth infested. So it requires a humongous effort from the population to the governments and responsible citizens. It won't happen in a matter of time, a matter of days or a matter of months. It requires a sustained policy shift. It also requires a mindset change among all of us, all the citizens. So there has to be a very consistent effort. There has to be also financial resources set aside, I think, for mitigating all these adverse things that have happened. Maybe by education or by technology, integrating technology in mitigating those negative effects, environmental effects of this. Not going to be an easy job, but it has to be ultimately government driven. Now, for example, one example I am giving, now there is a lot of thrust by the government for the EV vehicles, for blending, the biofuels into our fuels. That is in the direction of reducing the emissions. But there are now, because as we become more and more resourceful, our economy grows. In the household, you see 3 cars, 2 cars, 4 cars in one house. People are using individual cars, they are not clubbing together. So we are adding more and more, pollutants into the system. So there has to be not only government policies, there has to be also responsible behavioral change among the communities, from the lower level to the highest level. All have to come together, then only we can see some change. And it will take time. It cannot happen overnight.
Thank you, sir. We have one more question. Please.
Good afternoon, sir. This is Srinivas from a company called TNG Tech Scientific Eco. I just wanted to know, is there any students who have published any research paper on sustainability?
I cannot give you definite numbers, but they will run into thousands, minimum. See the posters, you have seen the banners on the website? Most of them are student banners, and all around sustainability theme. When we had to choose from hundreds of those posters they wanted to present, because of space constraint, we brought it down to just 40. 40, 45 is 40, 45. large number of them are doing research, and our researchers are also working on these things, actually deliberately on SDGs, and they are encouraged to do. So a lot of research is happening on patents.
It's all open access.
Yes, yes.
No questions from students? Okay, I get that, what Professor said. This is indeed a very happy campus, right? That's the takeaway. So on that note, let's make you a little more happier. Let's break for lunch. Thank you so much. Thank you, Professor. Thank you.
Babu!
We will break for lunch maybe in just 5 more minutes. And I'm the one who's boring. Okay, could you please stay back? What a profound way to conclude our discussion today. Well, we have heard how institutional leadership and research can pave the way for a more sustainable future. And to our faculty and our students who are here, the message is very clear. This transition starts right here from our campus and then to pave your way to national and global levels. On that note, I want you all to give a bigger round of applause for the I request Mr. Sudhir, the Senior Vice President Advertisement and Sales, to kindly step forward into honorable assemblies.
It's my privilege to propose the vote of thanks for the Hindu Sustainability Dialogues held in partnership with Samhita Institute of Medical and Technical Sciences. First and foremost, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to our Chief Guest, Dr. Soumya Swaminathan, for inaugurating this important dialogue and for her inspiring keynote address. Her insights have reinforced the need for science-driven, inclusive and collaborative approaches to sustainability. We are deeply thankful to Dr. N.M. Veerayan, founder and chancellor of SciMax, for his visionary leadership and constant encouragement in working initiatives that place the sustainability at the center of education and action. We also express our sincere thanks to Dr. Deepak Kalasamy, Pro-Chancellor, and Dr. Ashwini Kumar, Vice Chancellor, for their guidance and support. Our sincere appreciation to Dr. Dhanraj Ganpati, Dean of Sustainability, and Dr. Srita S. Burgess, Registrar, and Dr. Ashok Kumar Veeramuthu for their effort in seamlessly coordinating this program. Our gratitude extends to all the speakers and the panelists for sharing their knowledge and practical insights, to the faculty members and students for their enthusiastic participation. We would like to place on record our sincere thanks to our editorial team for shaping up this agenda, moderating the sessions, and ensuring good, thoughtful, credible discussions to our events, and also to our events operation team for their meticulous planning and execution of the program today. Finally, we thank everyone present here for being a part of this wonderful dialogue, for reaffirming our collectivity, responsibly towards a sustainable future. Thank you once again for your time and interest. Thank you.
Well, ladies and gentlemen and all our dear friends, it's time for you to feed your tummies. Thank you very much for being disciplined and for being a part of this dialogue, of this conversation, because trust me, it's going to help you, it's going to mold you, it's going to shape you into a better person, because we all understood one thing for sure. Sustainability is not an option anymore. It is a shared responsibility that each one of us has to carry. So we will see you all and continue to do what you're doing. From the team, from the Hindu group, on behalf of the Hindu group, on behalf of the Savita Institute, I extend a very heartfelt gratitude to each one of you. Thank you very much.